We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for January 21st. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:02 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 32457 dismissed. Case number 32459 continued. Case number 32461 continued. Case number 32462 continued. Case number 32463 continued. Case number 32464 continued. Case number 32465 continued. Case number 32466 continued. Case number 32467 continued. Case number 32468 continued. Case number 32469 continued. Case number 32400 continued. Case number 32401 continued. Case number 32470 continued. Case number 32471 continued. Case number 32402 dismissed. Case number 32126 dismissed. Case number 32477 continued. Case number 32478 continued. Case number 32392 continued. Case number 32393 continued. Case number 32394 continued. Case number 32395 continued. Case number 32480 continued. Case number 32382 continued. Case number 32386 continued. Case number 32387 continued. Case number 32484 continued. Case number 32485 continued. Case number 32388 continued. Case number 32389 continued. Case number 32383 continued. Case number 32490 continued. Case number 32491 continued. Case number 32375 continued. Case number 32407 continued. Case number 32492 continued. Case number 31928 continued. Case number 31929 continued. Case number 31930 continued. Case number 31977 continued. Case number 32210 continued. Case number 32211 continued. Case number 32377 continued. Case number 32301 continued. Case number 32396 continued. Case number 32378 continued. Case number 32397 continued. Case number 32370 continued. Case number 31960 continued. Case number 31966 continued. Case number 31967 continued. Case number 31968 continued. Case number 31969 continued. Case number 32004 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 18 with case number 32498 and goes through case number 32004. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zish. Audio recordings of the cases and the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 32457, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 5120-acre spacing unit described as sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 145 North, Range 97 West, and sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 144 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 32457. Case number 32458, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. For an order amending the applicable orders for the Marmon and or Church Bakken pools to establish two overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing units described as sections 28 and 33, Township 158 North, Range 100 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 157 North, Range 100 West, and sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 157 North, Range 100 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. 3 witnesses for this case are Taylor Roberts, John Prim, and Walker Gates.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, can you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. Taylor Roberts, Senior Staff Landman, Cord Energy Corporation, 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
Taylor, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, sir.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Roberts be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Taylor, let's start with L1. If I could have you identify the two spacing units you're requesting as part of this application.
Sure. L1 depicts the two stand-up 2560 acre spacing units being requested. The northern one being outlined in the red box, being sections 28 and 33 of 158-100, sections 4 and 9 of 157-100. The southern 2560 outlined in the purple box, being sections 16, 21, 28, 33 of 157-100 west.
Okay. And let's move on to L2 and your working interest in those spacing units.
Sure. Court has approximately a 74.69% working interest in the northern 2560 acre spacing unit outlined by the red box, being sections 28, 33, 4, and 9, and approximately 87.73% working interest in the southern 2560 outlined by the purple box, being sections 16, 21, 28, 33.
Okay. And then on L3, take us through the working interest in those underlying spacing units.
Sure. The blue dashed box being sections 28 and 33 of 158-100, court has approximately a 57.55% working interest. The green dash box being sections 4 and 9 of 157-100, court has approximately a 91.82% working interest. The red dash box being section 1621 of 157-100, court has approximately a 96.09% working interest. Sections 28 and 33 of 157-100, court has approximately a 79.38% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions on offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Prim. Mr. Prim,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is John Prim. I'm a geologist with Cord Energy, parent company of Enerplus, Oasis, and Whiting. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the requested spacing units?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Prim be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's look at your G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing units?
Yep. So G1 shows a upper Bakken structure map underlying the two proposed spacing units outlined in yellow and green. The contours shown on the map are in 25 feet increments in subsea TVD space, and they're showing that the Bakken formation is dipping to the south. In the northern proposed unit, it's from approximately negative 7750 to negative 7950. And then continuing to the south in that southern unit, it dips from approximately negative 7950 to negative 8150.
Okay. And then looking at G2, can you take us through that isopack map?
Yep. And so G2 is showing a middle Bakken thickness map here with contour intervals of 2 feet. It's showing that the middle Bakken is thickening off to the east, and underlying the yellow proposed, the northern spacing unit, the middle Bakken is approximately 44 feet thick, a little bit thinner in that proposed unit to the south of approximately 42 feet on average. And then I'll also just note real quick that our typolog, which will be shown in the next exhibit, is approximately 1 mile to the east of these two units, the Donald Dolam 1, marked there on the map.
Okay. And then moving on to the next exhibit, can you describe what you're showing on that type log that you identified?
Sure. So this is that previously mentioned Donald Dolam 1. It's a triple combo log showing the subsurface reservoir properties that we expect to encounter underlying both of these proposed spacing units.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Gates,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Walker, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep, Walker Gates. I am a development engineer for Cord Energy, parent company of Interplus Oasis and Whiting. I work at Suite 15, 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Walker, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Gates be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Walker, let's look at E1. Can you describe how you would plan to develop each of these proposed 2560s?
Yes, sir. So E1 shows our development plan for these two 2560s, one north, one south. We plan to drill 4 wells to the north and 4 4-mile wells to the south from a central CTV. We plan to develop this starting around Q2 of 2027.
Okay. And then let's look at E2. Can you summarize the reservoir data and then the economics for the proposed wells?
So table 1 and E2 is reservoir properties for the area. In terms of spacing, we're asking for two 2560s with original oil in place of about 6 million barrels of oil per 640 acre. Expected well EUR of 843. And then for well economics at $70 barrel oil price, $3.25 gas price, and an initial investment of approximately $10.5 million per well. We're looking at a rate of return of approximately 75%.
Okay. So Walker, in your opinion, if the commission approved the two 2560s, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and also prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions, but offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, can you explain to me why you chose a $70 oil price?
That's our long-term view of where oil price will sit. We wanted to show a consistent view across all the spacings that we'll be putting out there today. Again, this will be economic at current oil prices, but by time of development, we expect 70 plus.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32458. Case number 32459, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish two overlapping laydown 1920 acre spacing units described as section 25, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 29 and 30, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, and section 36, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 31 and 32, Township 157 North, Range 102 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled into such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32459. Case number 32460. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the new Raddick and or Green River Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 140 North, Range 98 West, Stark County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. And Prince Ekby will be covering the land matters on this case. The other 2 witnesses will remain the same as the last case.
And they'll still be under oath. I'll call Mr. Ekby. Mr. Ekby,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Prince, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Prince Ekby, senior landman at Cord Energy, Whiting Oil and Gas Corp, a subsidiary Oasis, and Enerplus also being subsidiaries. 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Prince, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the spacing units?
Yes, sir.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Ekby be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And then, Prince, looking at Exhibit L1, can you identify the proposed spacing unit being requested in this case?
Yes, here located in Township 140, range 98 West and section 16, 21, 28, and 33, 4-miler that we've taken to spacing.
And then looking at L2, take us through your working interest in that spacing unit.
Yeah, the working interest breakdown, that's Whiting as the operator, is 44.91%, with others at 55.09%. The others makes up multiple working interest owners.
Okay. And then looking at L3, take us through the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Yeah, so you have the existing 1280s in section 16 and 21 there to the north, where Whiting has 52.34% and other working interest owners at 47.66%. And then the 1280 space to the south in sections 28 and 33, you have Whiting at 44.35% and others at 55.65%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Ekby. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, John, let's go through G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yep, so G1 is a structure map of the Upper Bakken formation top, and it is showing that the Bakken petroleum system is dipping off to the northwest from approximately negative 7650 sub-C TVD to negative 7850 sub-C TVD.
Okay. And then G2, take us through the ISOPAC map.
Yeah, so G2 is a little different than the last case. This is a ISOPAC thickness of the Three Forks formation. Down here in south, the Middle Bakken is, low single digits thick. So as you can see on the map, primary target down here is the upper Three Forks first bench. So this is a thickness of the first Three Forks. It's showing that it's thickening off to the north from approximately 19 feet in the south to 27 feet in the north, with approximate average thickness of 23 feet across the proposed spacing unit.
Okay. And then G3, what are you showing on the type log there?
Yeah, so G3 is a type log of the BN1 well, approximately 1 mile to the east of the proposed spacing unit, centered over the Bakken petroleum system there. Like I mentioned previously, it shows thin Middle Bakken, but a substantial Three Forks, which will be the target, the planned target for these proposed wells.
Sure. I have no further questions that offer geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Walker, looking at E1, how would you intend to develop this spacing unit?
Yep, E1 shows a development plan to drill 2 4-mile Three Forks wells from north to south, most likely coming off a pad expansion of the current Brony 16C.
Okay. And then moving to E2, you summarize the reservoir data and then the economics.
Yep. So again, reservoir properties of the area. We're looking at original oil place of 6.3 million barrels of oil per 640 acre, a well EUR of 380 MBO, and 2 wells. At $70 oil, 325 gas, and an initial investment of approximately 12 million. We're looking at a rate of return of about 25%.
Walker, in your opinion, if the commission approves this 2560, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, when is your planned development in this area?
Timing wise,
Correct.
I'd say it's 2 to 3 years off. Most likely be in a better or more optimal pricing environment.
And if I heard you correctly, you said that your oil price was $70. It says 60 on the exhibit.
Oh, must have been a mistype. It was run at 70. All the economics for the exhibits today were on that side. Record.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32460. Case number 32461, application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk and or Estes Bakken Pool to establish two overlapping laid-on 2560-acre spacing units described as sections 2, 3, 4, and 5 and sections 8, 9, 10, and 11, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32461. Case number 32462, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Estes Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32462. Case number 32463, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Estes Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 3840-acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, 20, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32463. Case number 32464, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Nelson Bridge Estes Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre space unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit for granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32464. Case number 32465, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Estes Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre space unit described as sections 4 and 9, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, and sections 28 and 33, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32465. Case number 32466, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit to grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32466. Case number 32467, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32467. Case number 32468, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit to grant such the relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32468. Case number 32469, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre space unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, and sections 29 and 32, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32469. Case number 32400, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondauk Bakken Pool to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Mondack-Bakken Pool. 2. Establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32400. Case number 32401, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondack-Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 28 and 33, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32401. Case number 32470, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondack-Yellowstone-Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 2 and 11, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, and sections 26 and 35, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32470. Case number 32471, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondack-Yellowstone-Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 1 and 12, Township 149 North, Range 104 West, and sections 25 and 36, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case will continue to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32471. Case number 32402, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte Casimir Yellowstone-Bakken Pool to establish 12 stand-up 1920-acre space units described as sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, sections 3, 10, and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 5, 8, and 17, sections 6, 7, and 18, sections 19, 30, and 31, sections 20, 29, and 32, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 149 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such units, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes the hearing for case number 32402. Case number 32472. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota to 1. Establish an overlapping stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 144 North, Range 96 West, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 2. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 1920-acre spacing units described as sections 17, 20, and 29, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and section 32, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 144 North, Range 96 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each section. 3. Establish an overlapping laydown 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 33, 34, and 35, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 4. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 144 North, Range 96 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Or 5. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And Mr. Examiner, it's the same 3 witnesses as the last case that was heard.
And Mr. Stonedroth.
All right. And Prince, let's look at L1. Can you identify each of the different spacing units you're requesting here?
Yes, so L1 is our regional locator map, and we'll have a further breakdown on the other slides, but we have sections 1, 12, and 13 and 144, 96, sections 17, 20, and 29 and 145, 95, and section 32, 145, 95, and sections 2 and 11, and 144, 96, And then you'll have your 1920 there in sections 33, 34, 35, and 145, 95. And then 2560 in sections 30 and 31 of 145, 95, and sections 3 and 10 of 144, 96.
Now let's walk through the working interest in each of those spacing units, starting on L2 in that first 1920.
Yeah, so the first 1920 requested overlapping spacing in 144, 96, sections 1, 12, and 13. We have a breakdown of the working interest for Oasis with 43.88% and others being 56.12%. The others making up several working interest parties.
Sure. And then L3, the underlying working interest in that spacing unit.
Yeah, so the underlying breakdown is the section 1 there. It's 640 with the 52.16% and others being 47.84%. And then sections 12 and 13, you'll have 39%, 39.75% and 60.25%.
Okay. Let's move on to L4 then, the next 1920.
Sure. The next 1920 and 145.95, 17, sections 17, 20, and 29. We have a breakdown of working interest for Oasis at 92.82% and 7.18% for others.
And then L5, the breakdown of the underlying working interest.
So so for the underlining, we have two 1280s, 1280 to the north there in section 17 and 20. Oasis has 94.9% or 94.9%, and then others is 5.1. And then the 1280 to the south, Oasis breakdown is 89.84% and 10.16% for the other working interest parties.
Okay. And let's move on to L6 in that next 1920.
Sure. L6, another 1920 with the spacing of 145.95, section 32, and 144.96, sections 2 and 11, with a breakdown of Oasis owning 71% and the others owning 29%.
Okay. And then L7, the underlying working interest.
Yeah, the underlying working interest for this overlapping is you have to the north the 1280 in sections 29 and 32, where Oasis owns 89.84% and 10.16%. And then further to the south, you have sections 2 and 11 that comprise of 52.16% and then 47.84% for your other working interest parties.
All right. Moving on to L8 and the laydown 1920.
So yes, in the laydown 1920s, we have 145.95, sections 33, 34, and 35. And the breakdown for Oasis is 80.26% and others being 19.74%.
Okay. And then L9, the underlying working interest.
Yeah, so each section there spaces at 640 with the first section 33, 89.27% Oasis and others owning about 10.73%. Section 34, 62.5% for Oasis and 37.5% for your other working interest parties. And then section 35, 79.85% and 20.15% for your other working interest parties.
Okay. And then finally L10, the working interest in the 2560.
Yeah, in the 2560, we requested overlapping spacing is 145.95, sections 30 and 31, and then 144.96, sections 3 and 10, with Oasis owning 65.15%, and then other working interest parties making up to 34.85%.
Okay. And then L11, the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Yeah, so to the north there in section 30 and 31, the 1280 is broken down with Oasis owning 78.13% and other working interest parties at 21.87%. And then section 3 there being 52.16% and 47.84%, and the same breakdown in section 10 at 52.16% for Oasis and others being 47.84%.
Okay. I have no further questions on it for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Prince, I noticed that each one of your exhibits referred to the Little Knife Field. This is in the Murphy Creek Field, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
All right, John, G1, describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
Yep, so G1 is a upper Bakken structure map in subsea DVD space over the area that went through. I've outlined the proposed spacing units in the dash lines and labeled them in the key there based upon what Prince just, using the same kind of nomenclature that Prince just went through there. And I'm not going to go through each spacing unit, but generally we see the Bakken formation is dipping off to the northwest from approximately negative 8,400 in the east, southeast there to negative 8,500 to the northwest there.
Okay. And let's move on to G2. Take us through the ISOPAC.
Yep, so the ISOPAC is showing the middle Bakken thickness. It's thickening roughly off to the north across the proposed spacing units. The southernmost extent of the spacing units is approximately 31 feet thick, and the northernmost is approximately 35 feet thick, which averages out to be approximately 33 feet thick middle Bakken across these proposed spacing units.
Okay. And then what are you showing on the type log in G3?
So G3 is a triple combo log of the state of North Dakota B-1 well, showing the subsurface properties. And this type log is located in the northernmost section of the previously presented case 32472.5 proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions that are for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right. Walker, let's look at E1. Just kind of using that map, just take us through how you would kind of fill in or develop this kind of full area.
Yes, sir. So exhibit E1 is our overall development plan for the area. In the following exhibits, we'll dive into each individual proposed spacing unit. But we're looking at a total of 25 wells for this area. Some already have approved spacing orders. The others we're requesting today, and there will be one that will be bringing in the February docket, as you can see listed on that northeast side. We plan to develop these in Q3 of this year, 2026, with full development being complete by 2028. We are planning a mega CTB, that's that orange box in the center. So 2 drill pads, the black sites that you can see, and then there will be 1 pad expansion that will not be connected to the main CTB, that yellow square holding those 2 megas on the eastern side.
Okay. Now let's go into kind of the development for each of the specific spacing units we're requesting, starting with E2 in that first 1920.
Yep, E2 shows the development plan for what we're labeling as 32472.1. Again, those are all labeled the same as Prince and John. This is a 3-mile proposed spacing, so we're requesting 2 wells being drilled off a remote drill pad and full lined over to CTB from north to south.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, that next 1920.
Yep. So E3, we're requesting 4 3-mile wells being drilled from south to north off our mega CTB location.
Okay. And then E4, next 1920 there.
E4, we're requesting 4 3-mile wells be drilled off of that mega CTB location from north to south.
Okay. And then on E5, how about the laydown 1920?
So E5, these wells will be split across 2 pads, 2 being drilled off a remote drill pad and full lined over, 2 off the mega CTB. But we are requesting 4 3-mile wells going from west to east.
Okay. And then finally E6, how would you develop the 2560?
So E6 is a request develop a 2560. These wells will be drilled off a remote drill pad, testing 4 4-mile wells being drilled from north to south.
Okay. And then moving on to E7, takes through the reservoir and then the economics for the 1920 wells.
Yep. So E7 is our 3-mile well economics. First shows the reservoir properties for the area. We're looking at original oil in place at 5.4 million barrels of oil, expected well EUR of 760 MBO. And then we are looking at per well economics at the previously talked about economic price points, investment of approximately 9 million and a rate of return of approximately 70%.
Okay. And then moving on to E8, like economics on the 2560.
Correct. So again, reservoir properties are relatively the same. Original oil in place is the same. The well EUR, we're expecting 978 MBO. The same price points and an investment of 11 million. We're expecting a rate of return of 85%.
Okay. And then finally E9, there's some 640 development in there. Can you take us through that?
Correct. Again, the 640 is approved that we're looking at. I just want to throw in the economics. So this is going to be a 2-mile Omega well. We're looking at a well EUR 515 MBO, an initial investment of approximately 7 million per well, which leads to a rate of return of approximately 80%.
Okay. And Walker, we've got a series of different spacing units who are requesting, but I guess both collectively and individually, if they are approved, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling when necessary wells?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Walker, the wells you're proposing on all these spacing units, are they all proposed to be Middle Bakken targets?
Yes, sir.
Are the existing wells? I think I saw there's a slight mix. There's a few existing Three Forks First Bench targets as well in the existing wells.
I believe there are.
Yes. And a few. So on my geology exhibits, those are listed as are red wells, red laterals, and the Middle Bakken are blue laterals.
Okay. Thank you.
So Walker, on Exhibit E2, you're showing us that Omega well as you termed it in the 640 there.
Correct.
And on Exhibit E4, I'd like you to supply us with a plat from a surveyor showing us what that offset is on the township line.
Okay. As a supplemental.
Correct. And likewise with Exhibit E6.
Yes, sir.
And then, I don't know if there's a good exhibit, maybe on E1. If this application is approved, doesn't that kind of box in Section 14?
It has the potential, but Section 14, we do not operate it. That's operated by another oil and gas operator. I can't dictate how they develop that. I did show you the economics for an Omega well, a few Omegas. They seem to be economic in this area, but it will be up to that operator to determine how they'd like to develop 14.
Did you have, I believe that's XTO.
I think it's Conoco.
Or it is Marathon, excuse me. Based on your comments, I assume you did not have any conversations with them.
I personally have not. I'm not sure.
No, we didn't have any conversations on the landslide with them.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, is January 28th good enough to supplement the record?
I'm not sure. So, Walker, how long do you think it would take to get that plat that Mr. Bohr asked for with those footages?
Yeah, there'd probably be two.
Wait, I'd like a week if possible.
Is a week enough though? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A week's enough.
All right, the record will remain open in this case until January 28th. That concludes the hearing for case number 32472. Case number 32473, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hart, Butte, Bakken, Poole, McLean, and Dunn counties, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include all sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 in the east half of sections 3 and 10, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and all of section 6, Township 148 North, Range 90 West, within the Hart, Butte, Bakken, Poole. 2. Establish an overlapping laydown, 1,600 acre spacing unit described as the west half of section 3, and all of sections 4 and 5, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. 3. Establish a laydown 1920 acre space unit described as sections 1 and 2, Township 148 North, Range 92 West, and section 6, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 4. Establish a laydown 2240 acre space unit described as all of sections 1 and 2, the east half of section 3, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and all of section 6, Township 148 North, Range 90 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 5. Establish 4 laydown 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 11 and 12, Township 148 North, Range 92 West, and sections 7 and 8, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, sections 13 and 14, Township 148 North, Range 92 West, and sections 17 and 18, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, sections 9, 10, 11, and 12, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and sections 13, 14, 15, and 16, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit. Or 6, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And 3 witnesses in this case will be Keith Swiderski, Ben Dotson, and Caitlin McNeely.
Mr. Swiderski,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Keith, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Keith Swiderski. I'm a senior staff landman with Oasis Petroleum. Our business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Keith, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these spacing units?
Yes, sir, I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Swiderski be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Keith, let's start with L1. If you can just identify each of these spacing units you're requesting.
Yeah, so L1 is the regional locator map showing the 7 space units that we're going to be discussing today, located in 14892, 14891, and 14890 in McLean and Dunn County. We'll go each one. So we have 1 in 14891, section 6, 14892, 1 and 2, 14891, section 7 and 8, 14892, 11 and 12, 14891, section 17 and 18, and 14892, 13 and 14, 14891, the west half of section 3, section 4, and section 5, 14891, 9, 10, 11, and 12, 14891, 13, 14, 15, and 16, and then 14890, section 6, and 14891, sections 1, sections 2, in the east half of section 3.
Okay. Let's move on to L2 then, and your working interest in that 1600.
Yes, sir. So the working interest in the 1600 is 64.9%.
And then L3, the underlying working interest there.
Yep. L3 shows the underlying working interest is made up of 2 laydown 800 acre DSUs. The north one, Oasis owns a 50% working interest, and the south one, Oasis owns a 79.79% working interest.
All right. And then moving on to L4, your working interest there.
Yes, sir. L4 is the request of 1920. Oasis owns a 61.19% working interest.
And then L5.
L5 shows the two existing underlying 1280s. The one in green, sections 1 and 2, we own a 62.49% working interest, and the one in red, section 6 and 7, we own a 58.58% working interest.
Okay. And then L6, the 2240.
L6, we own a 53.06% working interest, and just to note, there's no underlying units. This is a completely new DSU, so we don't have a breakdown of the underlying interest.
Makes sense. And looking at L7 then, that first 2560.
Yes, sir. So we own a 80.58% working interest in this 2560.
Okay, and then the breakdown on that one in L8.
So this is we in the 1280, which is made up of 11 and 14, we own a 87.5% working interest. In section 12, which is 640, we own 100% working interest. In section 6 and 7 and the 1280, we own 58.58% working interest. And then the north half of sections 8, 9, and 10, in the west half in section 10, we own a 76.25% working interest. And it is the same for the south half as well.
Sure.
76.2.
Yep. And then L9, the next 2560 there.
Yes, sir. In L9, this 2560, we own a 71.91% working interest.
And then L10, the breakdown on that 2560.
Yes, sir. Again, in sections 11 to 14, the 1280, we own an 87.5% working interest. In the darker green, sections 13 and 18, the other 1280, we own a 53.2% working interest. And then in 148.91, south half of 16 and 17, we own a 93.75% working interest. And then in the north half of section 16 and 17, we also own a 93.75% working interest.
All right. And on to L11 in the next 2560.
Yes, sir. L11, we own a 69.22% working interest.
And then L12, the breakdown on that one.
Yes, in L12, the darker green made up of the east half of section 10, section 11, section 12. We own a 65% working interest. And then in the the orange, the north half of section 8, 9, and 10 west half, we own a 76.25% working interest. And in the south half of 8, 9, 10, the west half, we own a 76.25% working interest as well.
Okay. Moving on to the next 2560, L13.
L13, we own a 31.64% working interest.
Okay. And then the breakdown there on L14.
Yes, sir. So in the south half of section 16 and 17, we own a 93.75% working interest. In the north half of section 16 and 17, we own a 93.75% working interest. In sections 14 and 15, the 1280, we own a 32.81% working interest. And then section 13, which is not spaced, we own 0%.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Dotson,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Ben, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Ben Dotson. I'm employed by Oasis Petroleum North America LLC, a subsidiary of Chord Energy, as a geologist. The address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Ben, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the geology underlying the requested spacing units?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Dotson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Ben, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying these requested spacing units?
Okay. The first exhibit you're going to see is the upper Bach construction map in SSTVD. And I listed all of the DSUs on one image to allow easier analysis. And as you can see, it's dipping from the east to the west on 25 foot contours. And the farthest east, we see about 7,625 feet and dipping all the way to 8,050 feet in the far west. And just as note, you'll see that the pilot well in the center, the MH20504H-148-91 is represented by that dot in the center that we'll talk about in future slides.
So let's look then at G2 at ISOPAC.
So G2 is an ISOPAC thickness map of the Middle Bakken structure, and is thickening out from the center gold DSU from 27 feet out to around 28 to 29 feet within the DSUs that we are in.
Okay. And then finally moving on to G3, the type log you identified. What are you showing there?
This type log is a representative log for the DSUs. It's triple combo showing the reservoir properties for the underlying units within the area.
Okay. I have no further questions that for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, just more of a note that G3 on the bottom right, you have the wrong case number on that one for the rest of the case.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I apologize.
Ms. McNeely?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. Caitlin, can you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Caitlin McNeely. I am a development engineer employed by Oasis Petroleum, which is a subsidiary of Clean Energy. And I'm located at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 7700.
And Caitlin, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
I am.
I'd move the testimony of Ms. McNeely be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Caitlin, let's start first off with E1 and kind of the big picture development, if you could take us through that.
Yes. So what you see here is the overall area development plan included in this case, all broken out into how we anticipate developing them, shown in red. I will break these out in the following exhibits, but I did want to show kind of that big picture plan for the whole area. We are planning on all laydown Middle Bakken wells, which are shown in purple. And we are actively pursuing pad locations to accommodate the drilling of all these DSUs. And I do want to point out that the black rectangles would be new builds, and they are all greater than a half a mile distance from the lake. And then we do have an existing pad there in section 5 that we plan on expanding to catch those 0.1 and 0.2 units on that upper right middle side.
Okay. Let's move on then to the specific spacing units, starting with E2. How would you develop that 1600?
All right, so as Keith discussed earlier with those existing spacing units that are in 5, 4, and 3, outlined in orange here, we are requesting 1,600 acre spacing outlined in red to kind of get the middle of those sections. And we plan on expanding a pad that we already have in section 5 to drill those wells. And you can see those in the solid purple. The dashed purple lines are showing development plans that we do have for the ready spaced section that would be drilled at the same time as these ones that we are proposing today.
Sure. And then E3, take us through the reservoir data and the economics for that 1600.
Yep. As discussed, we're proposing 2.5 mile wells in that spacing corridor, and we expect to recover about 664 MBO with an investment around 9.8 million per well and a discounted PR10 of 0.52 at $70 per barrel oil.
Okay. Let's move on then to the 1920 E4. How would that get developed?
This is a 3-mile unit outlined in red with those 4 middle Bakken wells. The same as the last we plan on expanding that pad in section 5 to get these wells. And otherwise, that's kind of similar to the last exhibit that we had.
Sure. And then E5, economics on that one?
So these are 4 3-mile wells in this area. We expect to recover 778 MBO with an investment around 9.9 million per well and a discounted PR10 of 1.07.
And then moving on to E6 and the 2240, how that gets developed.
This 3.5-mile unit is outlined in red with 4 middle Bakken wells, and we have a proposed pad plan off lease there in section 5.
Okay. And then E7, the economics for that one.
So these will be 4 3.5-mile wells in this area, and we expect to recover about 930 MBO with an investment around 12 million per well and a discounted PR10 of 0.81.
Okay. And then moving on to the 2560s E8, how would that first one there get developed?
Yeah. So these next 4 exhibits will show you they're all 4-mile plans for this area. So we'll kind of quickly pass through those, but this one is 4 miles in 11, 12, 7, and 8 outlined in red. And you can see our proposed pad plan there in section 11.
Okay. Then E9, the next 2560.
So same 4 miles in 14, 13, 16, 17 with a proposed pad in the southwest of 14.
Okay. And then the next one, E10.
4 miles here in 9, 10, 11, and 12, and plan on having that pad off lease in section 7.
Okay. And then finally E11.
And then this is in 16, 15, 14, and 13 with a pad planned in the upper left of section 13.
Okay. And then looking at E12, can you take us through the economics for the 2560s?
Yes, so just one of these exhibits for the 4 areas, as they're all essentially the same. Each of these has 4 wells in these 4-mile units, and we expect to recover about 930 MBO with an investment around 11.9 million per well and a discounted PR10 of 0.8.
Okay. And then Caitlin, with this development pattern kind of collectively with the series of spacing units as well as each individual spacing unit, in your opinion, would they protect relative rights, prevent waste, and protect the or prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, excuse me?
I do.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Caitlin, you have several wellbores that appears to be operated by XTO that you would propose to be crossing. Have you had discussions with XTO? Do they intend to continue to leave those wells as active wells, or are they going to plug those wells before you drill yours?
So I believe that all of those wells that we're crossing are wells that we had acquired in our recent deal that we had with XTO.
That is true.
So you have a transfer of operatorship in with the commission?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Caitlin, on exhibit E7 and E12, you have the same EUR for the wells, but the wells on E12 are a half a mile longer. Can you explain that?
Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Sorry, I'm just trying to maneuver between the different exhibits here. I can't recall off the top of my head what we did there to get those similar EURs, but I can definitely into it and get back to you about those.
Okay, if you would please.
Will do.
And then on exhibit E2. So we have two lay down 800s. You're going to further develop the north one with two wells. And then the two wells in the middle, approximately where they plan to be located from the north line and from the south line.
So we just plan on making those kind of similar to what it would be off of a section line well. So I don't have the exact spacing, but that is kind of our plan there, is the same as we would handle a section line corridor.
So you're proposing to put those two wells within 500 feet of each other, centered on that center quarter, east-west quarter line?
That's something I think I would have to get back to you as well on the exact spacing that we would do there.
Yeah, if you could just submit the approximate distance from the north line or from the south line on where you're planning on putting those wells. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Over what timeline did you plan to develop this acreage?
So these are all kind of in our long-term development plans. So probably within the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Wade, if you looked at the caption for the laydown 1600, it only requests one well.
Oh, yep. So we'd have to, I guess, do an increased density or.
Okay, then with also the application is asking to extend all Heart Butte to include all the acreage. With the jump over to the east side of the lake, would Oasis have any objection if the commission were to establish a new field on that eastern set of spacing units?
No, we don't foresee that being an issue.
I'm assuming you'd want similar field rules as to what Heart Butte has.
Yes, please.
And then I guess with respect to gas capture, I know you have your gas capture affidavit here, but 3 new pads, long laterals off that eastern side. I'm assuming there's little to no existing gas capture infrastructure over there. Are you able to give us a little idea what the plan is for capturing that gas?
I can't comment on that right now. I know that that's something that we're working is the whole infrastructure corridor on that eastern side of the lake. I could get back to you with some more detail if you want, but I don't know that at this time.
I guess since we're supplementing the record anyway, a little bit more flavor on what the plan is for that gas capture on the east side would be good. Okay, thank you.
Wait, we've got a handful of supplements. Is the 28th good enough again?
Yeah, Caitlin, is January 28th sufficient time for you to get the additional information on the EURs and then the wellbore locations as well as gas capture?
Yes, that should be enough time.
Okay.
Yep. The record will remain open in this case until January 28th. That concludes our hearing for case number 32473. Case number 32126, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 16, and 17, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, Dunn and McLean Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 8 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32126. At this time, we will take a 10-minute break.
You guys just
We're back on the record, and we'll resume with case number 32474. Applications of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, described as sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. Same three witnesses in this case.
They're still under oath.
All right. And Keith, let's look at L1. Can you identify the spacing unit you're requesting?
Yes, sir. L1 is a 1920-acre spacing unit located in 149, 91, sections 29 and 32 of Dunn County, North Dakota.
All right. And then L2, what's your working interest in?
We have a 99.99% working interest.
All right. And then L3, the breakdown?
Yes, sir. L3, this is made up of two underlying 1280s, one located in 17 and 20, where we own a 99.96% working interest, and the other being located in sections 29 and 32, where we own 100%.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Ben, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
So the structure we're seeing is the Upper Bakken structure map in SSTVD, and it is dipping to the west at about, sorry, my eyes are not doing me well right now. What is it? 8,000 feet is the top of the section in 25-degree increments, and then 850 would, or 825 would be the shallower or the deeper part of the DSU. Okay. And the type log that was used in the previous exhibit is to the southeast, yep, with the yellow dot.
Okay. And then let's look at G2, the ISOPAC map.
So G2 is the Middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map. And as you can see, we are thickening up from the southeast to the northwest. And our average is roughly about 30 feet of thickness in the area.
Okay. And then on G3, what does the type log show?
The type log shown is a representative log of the area in a triple combo, and it represents the geologic factors within the well area.
Okay. I have no further questions after the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Caitlin, let's look at E1. How would you intend to develop this spacing unit?
So highlighted in red is the proposed 3-mile unit. Our plan is to drill from the south with a pad in section 32 to the north. And then purple are the proposed Middle Bakken wellbores.
Okay. And then looking at E2, can you take us through the reservoir data and economics?
Yep, so these are pretty standard reservoir properties for the area. Like I said, 6 wells and by 3 miles, and we expect to recover about 705 MBO with an investment around 9.9 million and a discounted PR10 of 0.89.
Okay. And Caitlin, in your opinion, if the commission approves this 1920, would that prevent waste, protect development rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do.
I have no further questions that offer engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32474. Case number 32475. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Deepwater Creek Bay and or Hart Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping laydown 25/6-acre spacing unit described as sections 23 and 24, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, in sections 19 and 20, Township 149 North, Range 90 West, McLean and Dunn Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
Still under oath.
All right, Keith, let's take a look at L1, and can I have you identify the spacing unit?
Yes, sir. L1 is the proposed 2560 located in 14990 sections 19 and 20 and 14991 sections 23 and 24 of Dunn County, McLean County, North Dakota.
All right, and then on L2, what's your working interest there?
Yes, sir. Is a 45.31% working interest.
Okay, and then L3, what's the breakdown?
So in 1920 sections 23, 24, and section 19, we had a 27.08% working interest. And then in sections the 1280, the stand-up 1280, we own in section 2029, we own 100% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I would offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Ben, let's look at G1. Can I have you describe the structure underlying this spacing unit?
So the map you see is the Upper Bakken structure map in SSTVD. And in 25-foot increments, you can see that is dipping from the east to the west. At the east, the highest depth we have is 7,650 feet. And to the west, it gets deeper to approximately 7,800 and about 70 feet. The pilot well that we use is the same MHA pilot well, and it is to the southwest of the DSU.
Mm-hmm. And then on G2, what are you showing on that ISOPAC now?
Yes, the G2, we're looking at the Middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map, and you can see that the thickness here is basically about an average about 29 feet thick in the area, and that's consistent across all of the sections.
Okay. And then G3, I think you've covered this type log a few times. Anything unique with respect to this spacing unit?
No, sir. It's still that same representative log of triple combo showing the reservoir properties within that unit.
Okay. No further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Caitlin, let's look at E1, and can you describe how you would develop this spacing unit?
Yep, highlighted in red is the proposed 4-mile unit. We plan to drill to the west from a proposed pad on the east side of section 20, and purple are the proposed Middle Bakken wells.
Okay. And then on E2, just kind of describe for us what you're envisioning with respect to the area development.
Yep, I just wanted to show that we do have a comprehensive development plan for this area. This case is highlighted in yellow, and the next case we bring forward, we'll have another one of these units, with the remaining 2 coming before the commission at a later date. Just wanted to demonstrate that today's request is part of a broader long-term plan.
Sure. And then E3, take us through the reservoir data and economics.
So we have 4 wells that will be 4 miles in the unit and expect to recover about 910 MBO with an investment around 11.9 million per well and a discounted PRR10 of 0.8 at $70 per barrel.
Okay. And Caitlin, in your opinion, if this gets approved, would that prevent waste, protect relevant rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Caitlin, did I miss your planned development date for this, or could you tell me that, please?
These, just kind of like the last case, are also in our longer term development plan. So at least 3 to 5 years.
The pad location that you guys have is really close to the lake. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Do you guys have that surface use agreement ready to go? Is that on Corps of Engineer land? It appears like it's on Corps land on a bluff overlooking the lake.
Yeah, we don't, all we've done for this area is scout from a desktop basis. And so we still have to get boots on the ground out there. That's just looking topographically what we think is the best area. However, we're gonna definitely have to get out there and evaluate further. We'll try to be at least a half mile from the lake and see the best location that we can get there. That's just our proposed plan at this current time.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32475. Case number 32476, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Deepwater Creek Bay, Bach, and Pool, McLean County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include section 33, township 149 north, range 90 west, within the Deepwater Creek Bay, Bach, and Pool. 2. Establish a stand-up 19-20 acre spacing unit, described as sections 21, 28, and 33, township 149 north, range 90 west, and authorize 4 horizontal wells be drilled on such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC, and same 3 witnesses again in this case.
They're still under oath.
All right, Keith, let's look at L1. Can you identify the requested spacing unit here?
Yes, sir. L1 is a 1920 acre spacing unit located in 149-90, sections 21, 28, 33, McLean County, North Dakota.
And then L2, what's your working interest here?
We're going to 49.96% working interest.
And then on L3, what's the breakdown there?
Yes, sir. So the L3 is this unit is made of 2 underlying 1280s, the stand-up 1280 and 2128. We own a 70.31% working interest. And the laydown 1280 made of 33 and 34, we own a 6.25% working interest.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Ben, let's look at G1, and if I could have you describe the structure underlying this one.
So on the map is the Upper Bakken structure map in SSTVD. It is again dipping from the east to the west. And here the eastern side of the DSU is about 7,600 feet. And then to the west, it goes to about 50 feet deeper at 7,650 feet. And then the pilot log is to the southwest.
Okay. And then take us through your ISOPAC map, G2.
So the middle Bakken ISOPAC thickness map you're seeing here, we see a slight thinning to the south. In the north, you're sitting about 29 feet thick, and then it's going to drop to about 28 as you go farther south.
Okay. And then G3, again, we're in the same area, the same type log you've testified to the past few cases?
Yes, sir. It is. It's the same representative log for the DSUs as a triple combo representing the reservoir properties and the underlying units.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Caitlin, let's start with E1. How would you develop the 1920?
In red is the proposed 3-mile unit. We plan to drill from the north to the south on a pad that we could hopefully find in the north side of section 21. And then the purple sticks are the proposed middle Bakken wellbores.
Okay. And then looking at E2, this is the same area development that we just talked about in the last case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So just once again, showing that we do have an overall development plan for this area, and this case is highlighted there in yellow.
Okay. And then moving on to E3, take us through the reservoir data and what the economics would look like for the 1920.
So as discussed, we're proposing 4 3-mile wells in this unit. We expect to recover about 643 MBO with an investment around 9.8 million per well and county PR10 of 0.52.
Okay. And in your opinion, if the commission were to approve the 1920, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions about the engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Caitlin, I didn't ask in the previous case, but on Exhibit E2, there's that random black line on the left side. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is a well. I believe it is plugged. I can bring it up. I just had it. But yes, I believe that well is plugged and abandoned.
I'm not seeing it. It may have been there were wells permitted down there in Section 26, but at any rate, it's irrelevant to what we're discussing here. Thank you.
Caitlin, same question as the prior case with the respect to the pad location and your development date.
Yep, kind of the same answer as the last one. We just did a desktop review to kind of scope out the best pad location, so we'll still need to further delve into that to make sure that we can get the best spot and development at least 3 to 5 years out.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32476. Case number 32477, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as section 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32477. Case number 32478, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1880 acre space unit described as sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32478. Case number 32392, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit for granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32392. Case number 32393, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32393. Case number 32394, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit to grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32394. Case number 32395, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit for granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32395. Case number 32479, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Viking and or North Tioga Bonkin pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. We'll have Taylor Roberts, John Prim, and Tyler Smith testify in this case. I think Taylor and John have testified, but Tyler hasn't yet.
Mr. Roberts and Mr. Prim are still under oath.
Okay. Taylor, let's start with L1. Can you identify the spacing unit you're asking for here?
Sure. L1 depicted in the red box outlines sections 1, 12, 13, and 24 of 160 North, 94 West.
Okay, and then moving on to L2, what's your working interest there?
Sure. Court has approximately a 46.75% working interest across sections 1, 12, 13, 24, being the requested 2560.
Okay, and then L3, what's the breakdown, the underlying working interest?
Sure. In sections 1 and 12, outlined by the blue dash box, court has approximately a 37.57% working interest. And in the red dash line box, sections 13 and 24, court has approximately a 55.92% working interest.
All right, I have no further questions that offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, John, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yeah, so G1 showing the upper Bakken structure map with the proposed spacing unit highlighted in that orange-yellow dash line there. And it's showing that the Bakken formation is dipping to the south across this unit from approximately negative 6,400 to approximately negative 6,700 subsea TBD.
Okay, and then G2, can you take us through the isopac map?
Yep, so this is a thickness map of the Middle Bakken, and it's showing a slight thickening to the west across the proposed spacing unit from approximately 56 to 58 feet thick for an average of 57 across the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, and then on G3, can you tell us what you're showing us on that type log?
Yeah, so G3 is a type log located approximately 2 miles to the west of the proposed spacing unit, the Grote 1-21H. It's a triple combo log showing the representative reservoir properties underlying this proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Smith,
Sir,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes.
Tyler, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep. Tyler Smith. I'm a development engineer for Cord Energy, the parent company of Oasis Petroleum. Cord's headquarters are located at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Tyler, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the spacing units?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Smith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Tyler, looking at E1, can you tell us how you would intend to develop the spacing unit?
Yep, so E1 shows Oasis plans to develop that 2560 unit there that consists of 3 4-mile stand-up Bakken wells being drilled from north to south.
And then moving on to E2, what does the reservoir data and then the economics look like?
Yep, so E2 displays the reservoir and economic properties on a per well basis. The top table displays the reservoir properties using the analysis. And then focusing attention on the middle table, you can see that the OIP is estimated to be about 6.6 million barrels per 640 section there, yielding an EUR of 712 MBO per well for 3 wells, And then the table on the bottom shows the economic returns with a PRR 10 value of about 0.45.
Tyler, in your opinion, if the commission approves the 2560, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling when necessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions off the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tyler, on Exhibit E1, Section 1, in your existing Three Forks wellbore, there's a black dot in Section 1. Is that supposed to represent something, or is that a mistake? Or
That's on our internal GIS.
I can take this.
Okay.
Yeah,
if you
so
know what it is.
I believe that's actually the bottom hole location of a sidetrack of the original wellbore. So the one in section 12 is the TD of the final wellbore, and the one in section 1 is, I assume, a shale strike or something along those lines.
and when's your anticipated spud date?
This is on our longer term plan. We're looking about 3 to 4 years out right now.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32479. Case number 32480. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Black Slough Bakken Pool to establish 2 overlapping laydown 1920 acre space units described as sections 4, 5, and 6 and sections 7, 8, and 9, Township 161 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. Grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32480. Case number 32481, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Black Slough Foothills and/or Northeast Foothills Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 112 and 13, Township 161 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC, and have the same 3 witnesses testifying from the last case.
They're still in row.
Okay. And Taylor, let's look at L1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit?
Sure. Outlined in the red box are sections 1, 12, and 13 of 161 North, 92 West being the requested 1920 acre spacing unit.
Moving on to L2, what's the working interest?
Sure. Chord's estimated working interest is 56.62% across sections 112 and 13 of 161 North, 92 West.
And then looking at L3, the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Sure. Sections 1 and 12 being the red dashed box, Chord owns approximately 57.74% working interest, and Chord owns approximately 54.38% working interest across sections 13, 24, outlined in the blue dash box.
Okay. I have no further questions that are off the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, John, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yep, so G1 showing the upper Bakken structure map, showing that the Bakken formation is dipping to the south over the proposed spacing unit there, highlighted in orange, from approximately negative 5725 to negative 5925 subsea TBD.
And then G2, take us through that isopac map.
Yep, so this is the isopac of the middle Bakken formation, showing that it's thickening approximately to the northwest with an approximate average thickness across the proposed spacing unit of 51 feet thick.
All right. And then G3, take us through the type log.
Yeah, so this is the type log for the proposed spacing unit, the J. Hiram Moore 1-32, showing a triple combo log, highlighting the reservoir properties underlying the spacing unit. This type log was shown on the previous maps, and it's approximately 4 miles off to the southwest of the proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions that are off of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Tyler, let's look at E1 and how would this spacing unit get developed?
Yep, so E1 shows Chord's plans to develop this 1920 or 3 new 3-mile Bakken wells being drilled from south to north.
Okay. And then looking at E2, take us through the reservoir data and economics.
Yep. E2 again displays the reservoir and economic properties on a per well basis. Looking at the middle table, you can see that the OOIP is be estimated at 3.4 million barrels, with the EUR of 443 MBO per well for the 3 wells, with a discounted PRR10 value of 0.33.
Okay. And Tyler, in your opinion, would the 1920 establishment prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions, but offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes hearing for case number 32481. Case number 32482. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Foothills Bakken Pool to establish an overlap extent of 1920 acre spacing and described as sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorized 3 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC, and again, same 3 witnesses here.
Stone Row.
And Taylor, looking at L1, can you identify this proposed 1920?
Sure. The requested 1920 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 24, 25, and 36, 161 North, 92 West is outlined in the red box on Exhibit L1.
All right, then moving on to L2 and your working interest.
Sure. Chord has approximately 51.46% working interest across the requested 1920 acre unit.
And then on L3, the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Sure. Blue dashed box being sections 13 and 24. Chord has approximately a 54.38% working interest. Section 25 outlined in the red dash box. Chord has 0% working interest. And then section 36 outlined in the green dash box. Chord has 100% working interest.
Okay. No further questions. I'd offer the line exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, John. Similar area, just dropping to the south, but if you could just take us through the structure here.
Yeah, like you said, same map as shown on the previous case. We've moved here to the south, so we're about 200 feet deeper here because we're dipping off to the south across this area. So underline the proposed spacing unit, we're dipping from approximately negative 5,900 in the north to negative 6,100 in the south in subsea TBD.
Okay. And then looking at G2, how about the isopac here on this southern 1920?
Yep. So similarly, we're looking at the same map as the previous case, but here we're a little bit thinner, approximately 48 feet thick, underline the proposed spacing unit for the middle Bakken.
Then we're looking on G3, we're looking at that same type log.
Yep, nothing here specific to add about this case, just the same triple combo type log as shown previously.
Okay, I have no further questions. They're after the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, and Tyler, E1, how would you develop this 1920?
So E1 is showing this new 1920 going to the south. 3 new 3-mile Bakken wells being drilled from north to south, sharing that same pad location as a previous case of 324A1.
Okay, and then let's move to E2. Pretty similar reservoir and economics.
Yeah, pretty similar. Again, OOIP of 3.6, well EUR of 443 MBO with a PRR10 value of 0.35.
Okay. And then again, with respect to this 1920, Tyler, in your opinion, would it prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32482. Case number 32483, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the foothills and or Cottonwood Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described in sections 23, 26, and 35. Township 161 North, Range 92 West, Section 4, Township 160 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Grant which other beliefs may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And again, same 3 witnesses here.
Still under oath.
Okay. And Taylor, let's have you identify the proposed spacing unit in L1.
Sure. Exhibit L1, outlined by the red box, for the requested 2560 acre unit being sections 23, 26, 35 of 161.92 and section 4 of 160.92.
Okay. And then looking at L2, what's your working interest there?
Sure. So that same 4 sections I just mentioned for the requested 2560 acre unit. Ignore the number there that's listed on the exhibit. The correct number is 60.18% working interest for court there.
60.18, you said?
Correct. 60.18.
Okay. Then let's move on to L3 then. You take us through the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Sure. Starting from north to south, section 23, 161.92, outlined by the blue dash box. You can also ignore the 9.375% interest there. Court actually owns 0% there, so that explains the correction on Exhibit L2. Sections 2635, outlined by the red dash box. Court owns 73.12% working interest. And the purple dash box outlining section 4 of 160.92. Court owns 94.47% working interest. So apologies for those typos there.
Sure. And then let's move on to L4. And if you can kind of walk us through kind of how everything would fit together in this area with respect to your proposed development.
Sure. So put together Exhibit L4 here to kind of show the pending and future spacing applications in the vicinity. I have everything in green being approved orders, outlined in green boxes. Everything in red is pending, being this case and the 2 previously brought forward. And then in blue, future spacing applications by court that have not yet been brought to the docket.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Taylor, I'm sure we'll get into this later, but why do you want to cross to the township that has that large of an offset?
Yeah, maybe this is a question that Tyler can tackle during the development, but I think we found this the best way to develop it, but I think Tyler may be able to speak to that better.
I can answer that now, or we can wait till the engineer exhibits and then go through it all at that point as well, whatever you guys prefer.
Yeah, we can wait. I mean, the commission has done this in the past and much to its regret, but we'll see what you have to say. Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right. John, G1, can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yep, so this is up a rock and structure map again. Same as the previous map, we've just kind of shifted to center the proposed spacing unit more in the center here. Still dipping off to the southwest here from approximately negative 5950 to negative 6200 subsea TBD.
Okay, and then the ice pack map on this one?
Yep, so the middle Bakken underlying the proposed spacing unit is thickening from south to north from approximately 46 feet thick to 50 feet thick in the north, or approximate average thickness of 48 feet thick.
And then on to G3, I think we're looking at the same type log again.
Yep, exactly. So this is just that same triple combo log. This time it's a little bit closer, about 2.5 miles off to the west of the proposed spacing unit, but nothing unique really to add here.
Okay. Then, let's see. I have no further questions, I guess, on geology. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Tyler, let's look at E1, and if I can have you describe how you intend to develop the 2560 here, and then if you want to elaborate a little bit with respect to Mr. Bohr's question on kind of thought process on why we're doing this 2560 that crosses the township line.
Yep, no problem. So as you can see here, we would plan to develop this from north to south with three new Bakken wells, 4-mile Bakken wells that, as you can see, kind of crossed over that township. Reason being, if on L4, Taylor showed kind of our plan development with 4-mile spacing, some that has already been brought to the state, some that is still yet to be heard, but we have plans to do the 4-mile spacing, and wherever we can keep 4-mile intact, that would be our preference. I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but that would be our preference. If we don't do a 4-mile lateral right here, then section 4 starts to be in question, stranding that, and you would have to shift a lot of things to actually 3-mile spacing. And with the 3-mile spacing, it would require then, maybe 3 to 4 wells in addition than what we could accomplish here with 3 wells. And when I say 3 to 4 wells addition, that includes some of that southern township as well in 16092.
Okay. And then moving on then to E2, can you take us through the reservoir data and then the economics here?
Yep, so standard properties that we've been looking at. And then the middle table, again, showing our OYP of 3.5 million barrels with a per well EUR of 398 MBO with a PRR 10 value of 0.19.
Okay. And Tyler, in your opinion, if the commission approves this stand-up 2560, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tyler, can you explain to me how the development of section 4 is in question if we don't approve this?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
If I understood your testimony correctly, you alluded to the fact that the development of section 4 was in question if we don't approve this. Could you elaborate on that?
Yep. So if this doesn't get approved, then we would have to go back to the drawing board internally and shift a lot of the spacing to 3-mile laterals. Again, we drill 3-mile laterals. We feel comfortable with 3-mile laterals. We do not think they're as economic as 4-mile laterals. We can accomplish recovering more with 4-mile laterals than we can with 3-mile laterals. When we start talking about 3-mile laterals, we have to bring in the addition of more wells, which kind of goes against some of those questions that Wade asked us there. So if we at 160.92, if we get approved for that, then we can continue to do 4-mile laydowns in sections 12, 11, 10, 9, 16, 15, 14, 13, and then to the west of that as well as 5, 8, 17, and further south. If we don't get approved, then now we have to look at 3-mile development of including 4, 9, and 16, breaking that up with 13, 14, 15, and then figuring the western 4 miles as 5, 8, 17, and south of there as well.
So why can't 1, 2, 3, and 4 be laid out in 2560 just like the ones to the south?
think Taylor can speak on 1, 2, and 3 better than I can.
There's another party that owns the majority of the leasehold of 1, 2, 3. We don't have a very material interest across there. 0 leasehold in sections 2 and 3. And in discussions with them, they desire to space that as a 1920. Obviously, it hasn't been brought forward yet, but that was the kind of discussion we had, trying to figure out the best way to work with them, assuming they're the largest working interest owner across 1, 2, 3 of 160.92.
So Tyler, you alluded to the fact that 1920 is more as economic. We just heard a case 32482 where you're asking us to approve 1920. Should we deny that one?
No, we still feel comfortable drilling both 3-mile laterals and 4-mile laterals. But in this price environment, if we can drill a 4-mile lateral, that's going to be our preference.
Could you submit from a surveyor the offset across that township line?
Yep, I certainly can. I have those numbers ready to go through right now if we want to, but I can definitely do a supplemental as well if that would be the preference.
Yeah, what is that offset approximately?
It's 1,989 feet. We would still honor the 500-foot and 150-foot setbacks as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you would submit that though, but thank you.
Yep.
Wait, is January 28th long enough?
Yeah, Tyler, can we get that plat like by January 28th for submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, one question. When do you guys plan to develop this?
Again, much of this area is on our 5-year outlook. So anywhere, 4 to 5 years is what we'd be looking at.
And you guys, I think you indicated that you did have a working interest in section 1. Is that true? What's your working interest in section 1?
Don't have the number calculated, but I believe we have a total of 6 acres leased. So pretty small.
And 0 in section 2 and 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then just to confirm, section 90 or section 4, you have 94% or approximately 94. Is that correct? I thought it was on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The record will remain open in this case until January 28th. That concludes hearing for case number 32483. Case number 32382, application of Oasis Drilling North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth and/or Big Stone Bakken pools to establish 2 overlapping laydown 1920 acre spacing units described as Section 1, Township 159 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 5 and 6, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and Section 12, Township 159 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 7 and 8, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Hearing for case number 32382. Case number 32386, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth Wild Girls Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 6 and 7, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divided in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes hearing for case number 32386. Case number 32387, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth Wild Girls Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 29 and 32, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divided in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes hearing for case number 32387. Case number 32484, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Scabo, Wild Rose, Big Stone, Corinth, Bach, and Pool to establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing and described as sections 25 and 36, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and sections 1 and 12, Township 159 North, Range 98 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32484. Case number 32485, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Wild Rose, Corinth, Bach, and Pool to establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 29, 30, and 31 and 32, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32485. Case number 32388, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth, Wild Rose, Bach, and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 3 and 10, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 27 and 34, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, Divide Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32388. Case number 32389, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth, Wild Rose, Bach, and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 2 and 11, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 26 and 35, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, Divide Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32389. Case number 32383, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order suspending and after hearing revoking permits issued to Spotted Hawk Development LLC for the drilling of the Moose 6-6-MB well, Moose 6-7-TF well, Moose 6-8-MB well, Moose 6-2-MB well, Moose 6-3-TF well, Moose 6-4-MB well, and Moose 6-5-TF well, all on a spacing unit for the Deepwater Creek Bay Bach and Pool, consisting of sections 1, 2, and 3, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, McLean County, North Dakota, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32383. Case number 32486, application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the White Earth and or Big Butte Bach and Pools, Montreal County, North Dakota, to 1. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 157 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 157 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC. Have 3 witnesses appearing in this case: Derek Abrahamson, Aaron Rodriguez, and Monet Cernak.
Mr. Abrahamson. Mr. Abrahamson. Mr. Abrahamson.
Hello?
What's the meeting ID?
That's me.
Since we're fairly connected via Teams.
some technical issues. They're trying to get in now, he said.
Shouldn't they hear us?
There we go.
Hey, Wade, can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Okay, Mr. Abrahamson,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Derek Abrahamson. I'm employed as a land representative by Chevron USA Incorporated, conducting business under Hess Corporation. And the business address is 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Derek, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Abrahamson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Derek, let's look at your exhibit number 1. If I could have you identify the spacing units you're asking for.
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is the location map showing Township 157 North, Range 94 West in Montreal County. The blue outlines represent the 4 existing stand-up 1280 DSUs, being sections 15 and 22, sections 14 and 23, sections 27 and 34, and sections 26 and 35. The green dash outline represents the requested overlapping 2560 stand-up. That's sections 14, 23, 26, and 35. And the red color dash outline represents the requested overlapping 5120 acre stand-up, being sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35.
Okay. And let's move on then to Exhibit 2, if you can take us through your working interest in the 2560.
Exhibit 2 is the land plat that shows the proposed 2560 stand-up in the black dashed outline. In blue is the Hess-operated Ian Patrick Joseph DSU. Hess's working interest is 92.85%, and the remaining owners own about 7.15% working interest. In green is the Hess-operated Ian Will Trust B, 157.94.2635 DSU. Hess's working interest is 68.87%, and the remaining owners have a 31.13% working interest. And the combined working interest of the proposed Ian Wangerud 2560 stand-up DSU would be Hess with about 80.86 working interest, and the remaining owners with 19.14.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit 3, the working interest in the 5120.
Exhibit 3 is another land plat. It shows the proposed 5120 spacing request in the black dashed outline. In orange is the Hess-operated Ian Will Trust C 157.94.2215. Hess's working interest is 96.13, and the remaining owners have a 3.87. In blue is the Hess-operated Ian Patrick Joseph 157.94.1423. Hess's working interest is 92.85, and the remaining owners with a 7.15. In yellow is the Hess-operated Ian Will Trust A 157.94.2734 DSU. Hess owns 80.19%, and the remaining owners with 19.79%. In green is the Hess-operated Ian Will Trust B 157.94.2635 DSU. Hess's working interest is 68.87, and the remaining owners have a 31.13. And the combined working interest of the proposed 2150 Ian Wangerud LW 157.94.1435 DSU, Hess would own 84.45%, and the remaining owners with a 15.55% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions on after the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aaron, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Aaron Rodriguez. I'm employed as a geologist by Chevron USA Inc., which conducts business under Hess Corporation. The business address is 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Aaron, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and briefly take us through your educational background and then relevant work experience?
I hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in geology from Southern Utah University and a Master of Science degree in geology from the University of Idaho. I have 11 years total experience working as a geologist in the upstream oil and gas industry with Hess and Chevron.
And Aaron, are you familiar with the geology-related matters associated with these spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Rodriguez be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Aaron, let's look at your exhibit number 4, and if I can have you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
Exhibit number 4 shows the location of the existing DSU outlines in solid blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in dotted green and the requested 5120 DSU outline in dotted red with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is displayed in true vertical depth subsea with 50-foot contour intervals illustrating a southeast dip of the formation within the area of interest. The line A to A prime indicates the well locations used to construct the cross-section that is going to be shown in exhibit number 5.
Okay, and let's go ahead and move on to exhibit number 5 in that cross-section you referenced. What are you showing us in that exhibit?
Exhibit number 5 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, I have no further questions. I would offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Cernock,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Monet, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Monet Cernock. I'm a reservoir engineer currently employed by Chevron Inc., who conducts business as Hess Corporation. My business address is 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Monet, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Ms. Cernock be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Monet, looking at your exhibit number 6, can you just walk us through how you intend to develop each of these spacing units?
Yes. So Exhibit 6 shows the proposed 5120, 2560 development plans for sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35 in Township 157 and Range 94. The dashed lines show the proposed well sticks, in which the green lines will be Middle Bakken, and the bold lines will be the 4-mile laterals. And Exhibit 9 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in our Big Butte White Earth field. Expected EUR for this area for a 4-mile well is about 980. And economics run at $62 a barrel, WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV for these wells are around 18.4 million with 100% rate of return.
Okay. And Monet, if the commission were to approve the 2560 as well as the 5120 for the lease line development, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Monet, looking at your exhibit 6 real quick. This looks like an area where Hess had originally experimented with stacked Middle Bakken and Three Forks laterals, correct?
I believe that the southern wells are, yes, the dual laterals that we had in, some of those might be the dual laterals that we had at the time.
Okay. Do you know if those were effectively stimulated in both zones, or which zone was completed in those stacked intervals?
I would have to get back with you and check. I know we struggled to effectively simulate in both zones at the time.
I think I do want you to confirm. It's probably in our well files, but I'd like you to confirm which lateral, if only one of the two was stimulated, or if both were effectively stimulated.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Monet, on Exhibit 6, I just want to make sure that I understand what I'm looking at here. The existing Middle Bakken wells are the more bold dashed green lines. Is that correct, or are those the 3 wells that you guys want to drill? And then the planned Middle Bakken well is indicated with kind of a lesser bold green dashed lines, and there's 2 of those that are, I guess they're 1280s.
Yeah, sorry, that's a little bit confusing here. So any dash line shows a planned well. The bold ones are just the 4-mile laterals, and the non-bold are the other 2-mile laterals, but they're all planned. The only existing wells we have on this are the Ian Patrick Joseph, which is the crossing lateral on the northernmost, and then the Will Trespes, which are the ones that were asked about previously, the 3 wells producing on the southern, which we are more or less forking between with the 4-mile wells.
Okay, so you plan to drill 5 new wells off this pad, 2 2-mile wells and 3 4-mile wells.
Yes, and we additionally have a well going north also, but yes, for this acreage, that's correct.
And then is it a new build pad?
It will be an existing and an expansion on existing.
Okay, and then when do you plan to develop this?
These wells plan to spud September 2027 and start producing around February 2028.
Thank you.
Monet, there was also a 1 mile long Bakken well that was drilled on 23. It's currently plugged and abandoned though, correct?
That should be correct, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just not depicted on your exhibit 6. I think it showed up on some of the previous exhibits. Okay, thank you.
Rich, do you need the record left open for your request, or? Yes. Okay. January 28th, wait, is that good enough?
Yeah, Monet, you can get that additional information by the 28th.
Absolutely.
Good.
Okay, the record will remain open in this case until January 28th. That concludes hearing for case number 32486. Case number 32487, application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ross Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 2,400 acre spacing unit described as the south half of section 28, southeast quarter of section 29, east half of section 32, and all of section 33, township 157 north, range 91 west, all of section 1, township 156 north, range 92 west, and the west half of section 6, township 156 north, range 91 west, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 9 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, and grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. We have a new land witness for this case, John DeWitt. Other 2 witnesses will remain the same.
Mr. DeWitt.
Yes, sir.
Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John DeWitt. I'm employed as a land representative by Chevron USA Inc., conducting business as Hess Corporation. The business address is 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the spacing units?
I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. DeWitt be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And John, let's start with Exhibit L1, and if I could have you identify this spacing unit.
Sure. And just a quick note before I begin, I'd like to note in advance that case numbers 32487, 32488, and 32489 are all tied together, and I'll explain in greater detail when reviewing the exhibits 3, 4, and 5 of this case. Exhibit 1 is the location map depicting townships 156 North, ranges 91 and 92 West, and Township 157 North, range 91 West in Montreal County. Blue outlines represent the 3 existing 1280 DSUs, sections 28 and 29, the east half of 32 and the west half of 33, and the east half of 33 and the west half of 34 in section 6. The green dashed outlines represent the requested overlapping irregular 2,400 acre DSU being the south half of section 28, the southeast quarter of section 29, the east half of section 32, section 33, the west half of section 34, the west half of section 6, and section 1.
Then let's look at Exhibit 2 and take us through the working interest there, if you would.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat showing the proposed irregular 2,400 acre spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess-operated RS Adnis DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.62%, with the remaining owners with 23.38%. In yellow is the Hess-operated RS Armor DSU, where Hess's working interest is 78.8%, and the remaining owners with 21.2%. In green is the Hess-operated RS Scar DSU, where Hess's working interest is 99.38%, and the remaining owners with 0.62%. The combined working interest of the proposed RS Betty 15692-0128 DSU will be Hess with 83.76%, and the remaining owners with 16.24%.
Okay. And now, John, let's get into exhibit number 3 and your subsequent land exhibits. Kind of walk us through, obviously this is not sort of traditional spacing that commission's used to seeing, but as you've indicated, it's irregular. But if you can walk us through and explain kind of why we have to have it this way.
Sure. So exhibits 3 through 5 collectively summarize the surface limitations affecting development of the RS Adnis DSU and provide justifications for the unique and irregular DSUs requested in case numbers 32487, 32488, and 32489. Our team made extensive efforts to find ways to develop the existing DSUs as originally approved. However, due to circumstances outside our control, including a material concentration of surface constraints associated with the RS Adnis DSU's proximity to White Lake, developing the southern portion of the DSU is not economically feasible. As a result, we are requesting the proposed irregular DSUs to enable full development and avoid any stranded or orphaned acreage. So to proactively address these challenges, we informally met with the NDIC on November 24th to review the surface limitations and rationale supporting the requested irregular DSUs ahead of today's hearing. We appreciate the NDIC for their time and the opportunity to address the situation. Turning to Exhibit 3, the top plat depicts the 8 existing color-coded DSUs affected by case numbers 32487, 32488, and 32489, with the existing wells shown in black. I'd like to draw your attention to the RS Adnis DSU, consisting of sections 28 and 29 and shown in red, along with the 2 red ovals on the east and west of the DSU, highlighting the primary surface constraint areas limiting development of the southern half of the DSU. The RS Adnis DSU and the 2 red ovals will be displayed as the focal point of reference on each of the following exhibits.
Okay.
The bottom plat covers the same, you can go back to Exhibit 3. The bottom plat covers the same geographic area at the top, but incorporates aerial imagery. Existing DSUs are outlined in blue, while the requested overlapping DSUs are outlined in red, along with the corresponding case numbers. The RS Adnes DSU is again shown in the red dash outline. While it may not be fully evident at this scale, I'd like to note for the record that the RS Adnes DSU is almost completely surrounded by the White Lake. Please move on to Exhibit 4. All right, Exhibit 4 illustrates the material surface constraints directly impacting the feasibility of developing the RS Adnes DSU's southern half, shown again in the red dash outline. As identified in the legend and emphasized within the red ovals, the surrounding area is affected by numerous overlapping surface restrictions, including White Lake and other official U.S. Fish and Wildlife designated wetland and flow line avoidance areas, inhabited dwellings, and designated piping plover habitat. Collectively, these surface restrictions make development from the west impractical due to White Lake, while development from the east requires a substantial setback of roughly 1 mile for any surface location. Please move to Exhibit 5. The Exhibit 5 plat presents the same underlying data illustrated on Exhibit 4, but modifies the various constraint areas to solid black, providing additional perspective on the extent of the surface constraints. The existing wellbores and DSUs are shown in yellow and blue respectively, and the proposed irregular DSUs are outlined in red, with the RS Adnes DSU again in the red dash outline. While our intention is to generally avoid requesting irregular overlapping DSUs, particularly those crossing multiple townships, we are confident the requested irregular DSUs represent the most reasonable and practical solution and will enable full development of the southern half of the RS Adnes DSU, reduce overall surface impact through the use of longer laterals, and prevent the creation of stranded or orphaned acreage. I have no further comment.
And I have no further questions for Mr. DeWitt at this time, and I'd offer the land exhibits 1 through 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, on Exhibit 4, I guess. What is NHD flow line avoidance area?
That is the national. That is a designated layer that our surveyors use that is brought in from a national database to provide the area in which is considered a avoidance area or a designated area of a surface issue.
So what does NHD stand for?
I can't get that for you. It's national. We'll provide that as soon as we get out of this hearing.
Okay, if you could supplement that, and then I guess, and then if it's not obvious, I mean, what agency does this puts this this flow line avoidance area out in? Under what authority, I guess, that they do this? Thank you.
Yes, we'll provide all that information. That won't be a problem.
Your next two witnesses are still in the row, so you can proceed.
Okay. Aaron, let's look at exhibit number 6, and if I could have you describe the structure for us underlying this space unit.
Exhibit number 6 shows the location of the existing DSU outlines in solid blue and the requested 2400 DSU outline in dotted green, with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is displayed in true vertical depth subsea, with 50-foot contour intervals illustrating a southwest dip of the formation within the area of interest. The line A to A prime indicates the well locations used to construct the cross section that is going to be shown in exhibit number 7.
Okay, and let's move on to exhibit number 7, if I can have you walk us through the cross section.
Exhibit number 7 is a stratigraphic cross section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Rodriguez. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
All right, Monet, let's look at exhibit number 8. How would you intend to develop this spacing unit?
Yes, so Exhibit 8 shows the proposed 2,400 development plans for Section 1 in Township 156 and Range 92, the west half of Section 6 in Township 156 and Range 91, south, the sections 28 south half, 29 east and a quarter half, and 32 east and a half, and 33 in Township 157-91. The dash lines show the proposed well sticks, which will be drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation and approximately 2.5 miles long. And you can see they're developed from the south side onto pad locations. And then Exhibit 9 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 2.5 Middle Bakken well in the Roth field. Expected EUR is about 550. Economics will run a 62 barrel flat WTI with 100% working interest. And expected NPV for these wells are 3.4 million with a 25% rate of return.
Okay. And Monet, I guess, especially in light of some of the restraints that you're under in this area that John pointed out, would the establishment of this 2,400 acre spacing unit, in your opinion, prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits 8 and 9, as well as the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Wait,
just a point. I have the answer. The NHE is the National Hydrology Data Set, and it's managed by the USGS.
National Hydrology.
Hydrography data set managed by the USGS, but administered by the U.S. Forest Service oftentimes.
Hydrography. Okay. Wade, I was going to just comment that I think it would be appropriate, because the way these are going to cascade is that we incorporate or we take administrative notice of the testimony in each one of these cases and in the other case. So we
absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a mention of that during each case.
Yeah.
Okay, so we no longer need to supplement. So that concludes the hearing for case number 32487. Case number 32488. Application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alger and/or Rosbakken pools to establish an overlapping 1120 acre spacing unit described at the southwest quarter of section 29 and west half of section 32, township 157 north, range 91 west, in the east half of sections 2 and 11, township 156 north, range 92 west, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC. And Mr. Examiner, it'll be the same 3 witnesses in this case. And as Mr. Bohr indicated, this case it's tied to the previous case 32487 as well as the next upcoming case 32489.
Okay, the witnesses are still in row.
And John, let's start with exhibit number 1 here. And can you identify for us the spacing unit you're requesting?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is the location map depicting townships 156 north, range 92 west, and 157 north, range 91 west in Montreal County. The blue outlines represent the 2 existing DSUs, being sections 28 and 29, and the east half of 31, west half of 32, sections 2 and 11. The green dash outline represents the requested overlapping irregular 1,120 acre DSU, being the southwest quarter of section 29, east half of 31, west half of 32, 2, and 11.
Okay. And moving on to Exhibit 2, then take us through the working interest.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is a land plat showing the proposed irregular 1,120 acre spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess-operated RS Adnes DSU, while Hess's working interest is 76.62%, and the remaining owner 23.38%. In orange is the Hess-operated RS Juma DSU, where Hess's working interest is 67.08%, and the remaining owners with 32.92%. The combined working interest of the proposed RS Hollinger 156.92, 1129 DSU will be Hess with 68.39%, and the remaining owners with 31.61%.
Okay. And then, John, yeah, moving on.
Yep. For
the next exhibits 3 through 5.
Yes. So for exhibits 3 through 5 submitted in this case are identical to exhibits 3 through 5 presented and discussed in detail in case number 32487. The proposed the surface constraints and development limitations affecting the RS Adnes DSU and the rationale for the requested irregular DSUs are the same and apply in the exact same manner. For the sake of efficiency, we'd like to rely on and incorporate the testimony provided for exhibits 3 through 5 in case number 32487. And I have no further comments.
Okay. And Mr. Glenn, I don't have any further questions for the land width to set off for exhibits 1 through 5.
Exhibits are admitted and the witness's request is granted. Any questions from the staff?
John, when do you guys plan to develop this area?
So from the initial pad is scheduled fourth quarter this year.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right. Aaron, looking at Exhibit 6, pretty similar, obviously, to the last case, but just want to touch on the structure for this spacing unit.
Exhibit number 6 shows the location of the existing DSU outlines in solid blue and the requested 1120 DSU outline in dotted green with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is displayed in true vertical depth subsea with 50-foot contour intervals, illustrating a southwest dip of the formation within the area of interest. The line A to A prime indicates the well locations used to construct the cross section that's going to be shown in exhibit number 7.
Okay. And go ahead with that cross section.
Exhibit number 7 is a stratigraphic cross section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay. And I have no further questions. That offer exhibits 6 and 7.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Proceed.
Okay, Monet, look at exhibit number 8, and if you could describe for us how you developed this spacing unit.
Yes, so Exhibit 8 shows the proposed 1,120 development plans. So you can see the dashed lines are the proposed 3 middle Bakken well sticks. They're approximately 3.5 miles long. And we plan to develop them from a surface location down in the south. And then if you look at Exhibit 9, this shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 3.5 mile middle Bakken well in the Ross Field. So expected EUR for that is about 830. Economics, again, we're running at a 62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV for these is about 6.54 million with a 37% rate of return.
Yeah, Monet, I see on acreage we've got 2240 there. That's just a typo.
Yes. Yep. Sorry about that.
Everything else though that we've got in that in the reservoir and the economics is correct.
Yes, it's all accurate.
Okay.
The 2240 is just a typo.
Yep. Okay. Monet, in your opinion, then, if the commission were to approve this spacing unit again, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, but offer exhibits 8 and 9 in the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32488. Case number 32489. Application of Hisbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Rossbakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota to 1. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described in sections 22, 27, and 34, Township 157 North, Range 91 West. In the west half of section 5 and the east half of section 6, Township 156 North, Range 91 West. In sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 157 North, Range 91 West. In the west half of section 4 and the east half of section 5, Township 156 North, Range 91 West. And authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit. 2. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing units described as sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35. Township 157 North, Range 91 West, in the west half of section 4, all of section 5, and the east half of section 6. Township 156 North, Range 91 West, in sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36. Township 157 North, Range 91 West, in the west half of section 3, all of section 4, in the east half of section 5, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in each such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. I will note that the request for the 5120 acre space unit consisting of sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, in the west half of section 3, section 4, the east half of section 5, Township 158 North, Range 91 West, has been withdrawn from the application. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Waitman, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hisbakken Investments 2 LLC. And again, Mr. Examiner, same 3 witnesses as previous cases.
They're still under oath.
Okay. And John, let's start with exhibit number 1. If I could have you identify each of the proposed spacing units.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map depicting townships 156 and 157 North, Range 91 West in Montreal County. The blue outlines represent the 5 existing DSUs, being sections 22 and 23, 26 and 27, the east half of 33 and the west half of 34 in section 6, and the east half of 34 in section 35, and the west half of section 4 and section 5. The green and orange dash outlines represent the 2 requested overlapping 2560 acre DSUs, and the red dash outline represents the requested overlapping 5120 acre DSU.
Okay, let's move on then to exhibit number 2, and if I can have you identify the working interest in that 2560.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat showing the proposed 2560 acre spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess operated RS Brady DSU, where Hess's working interest is 82.4% and the remaining owners with 17.6%. In yellow is the Hess operated RS Adams DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.62% and the remaining owners with 23.38%. In green is the Hess operated RS Scar DSU, where Hess's working interest is 99.38% and the remaining owners with 0.62%. In purple is the Hess operated RS Pullen DSU, where Hess's working interest is 95.21% and the remaining owners with 4.79%. In orange is the Hess operated RS Stray DSU, where Hess's working interest is 100%. The combined working interest of the proposed RS Miller 15691 0522 DSU will be Hess with 90.07% and the remaining owners with 9.93%.
All right, then exhibit number 3 takes us through the working interest in the 5120.
Yes, Exhibit 3 is the land plat showing the proposed 5120 spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess operated RS Brady DSU, where Hess's working interest is 82.4% and the remaining owners with 17.6%. In yellow is the Hess operated RS Adams DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.62% and the remaining owners with 23.38%. In green is the Hess operated RS Scar DSU, where Hess's working interest is 99.38% and the remaining owners with 0.62%. In purple is the Hess operated RS Pullen DSU, where Hess's working interest is 95.21% The remaining owners with 4.79%. In orange is the Hess operated RS Stray DSU, where Hess's working interest is 100%. And the combined working interest of the proposed RS Miller LE 156910522 DSU will be Hess with 90.14%, and the remaining owners with 9.86%.
Okay. And then finally, exhibit number 4, that Eastern 2560.
Yes, Exhibit 4 is the land plat showing the proposed 2560 acre spacing request in the black dash outline. In blue is the Hess operated RS Brady DSU, where Hess's working interest is 82.4% and the remaining owners with 17.6%. In yellow is the Hess operated RS Adams DSU, where Hess's working interest is 76.62%, the remaining owners with 23.38%. In purple is the Hess operated RS Poland DSU, where Hess's working interest is 95.21%. Remaining owners with 4.79%. In orange is the Hess operated RS Stray DSU, where Hess's working interest is 100%. And the combined working interest of the proposed RS Hoffman 156910423 DSU will be Hess with 89.63%, the remaining owners with 10.37%.
Okay. And then again, moving on to what would be 5, 6, and 7 in this case that you previously testified to. We've got some of the same issues in this spacing patterns kind of tied to what we have in the last 2 cases. Is that correct?
Correct. Exhibits 5 through 7 submitted in this case are identical to exhibits 3 through 5 presented and discussed in detail in case number 32487. The surface constraints and development limitations affecting the RS Adams DSU and the rationale for the requested irregular DSUs are the same and apply in the exact same manner. For the sake of efficiency, we'd like to rely on and incorporate the testimony provided for exhibits 3 through 5 in case number 32487. I have no further comments.
Okay. And Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions for Mr. DeWitt, and I would offer the line exhibits 1 through 7.
Exhibits are admitted. The witness's request is granted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right. Aaron, let's look at Exhibit 8 and describe the structure underlying these spacing units.
Exhibit number 8 shows the location of the existing DSU outlines in solid blue and the requested 2560 DSU outlines in dotted green and dotted orange, and the requested 5120 DSU outline in dotted red with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is displayed in true vertical depth subsea with 50-foot contour intervals, illustrating a southwest dip of the formation within the area of interest. The line A to A prime indicates the well locations used to construct the cross section that is going to be shown in exhibit number 9.
Okay. And if you can move on to that exhibit, just briefly describe the cross section.
Exhibit number 9 is a stratigraphic cross section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 8 and 9.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Monet, let's look at exhibit number 10. Just describe for us how you would develop each of the two 2560s.
Yes, so Exhibit 10 shows the proposed 2560 development in the Ross Field, which will be developed by 4-mile laterals. You can see here in the dashed screen, all wells being in the middle of Bakken Formation. And then if you flip over to Exhibit 11, that shows in bold, shows the proposed 5120 development in that same area with the lease line well, Middle Bakken well in bold. So all of these will be developed with, as mentioned, 4-mile Middle Bakken wells developed from the south side. And then if you move over to Exhibit 12, you can see the reservoir and economic summary for a single 4-mile Middle Bakken well in this Ross Field. So expected EUR is around 896. Economics will run as 62 WTI flat at 100% working interest. And the NPV is around 8.87 million with a 49% rate of return.
Okay. And Moni, in your opinion, if the commission approves the two 2560s and the overlapping 5120, is that going to prevent waste, protect relevant rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits 10, 11, 12, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Monet, in all three of the cases that we just heard, where Hess has existing well bores that they're overlapping with the proposed well bores, does Hess plan to continue producing those wells, or will they be plugged and abandoned?
Yep. In all of these cases, the crossing wellbores will be P&A'd. All of those wells are around 2008 vintage and producing less than our economic threshold for P&A'ing. So we'll be P&A'ing them prior to bringing the new wells online.
And so I guess with that plan in mind, I'm assuming you don't have any, you don't plan to blank any stages where the existing well bores cross or anything like that during your stimulations?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Since you plan to plug the existing well bores, you're not planning to blank any stages across where you're crossing those?
No, we don't. We won't plan to do that.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32489. Case number 32490. Application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Grassy Butte, Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include the west half and northeast quarter of section 17 and all of sections 18 and 19, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, within the Grassy Butte, Bakken Pool. 2. Establish 3 stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, sections 17, 20, 29, and 32, sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit. Or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32490. Case number 32491, application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Butte and or West Butte Bakken pools to establish 2 overlapping laydown 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 3, 4, 5, and 6, and sections 7, 8, 9, and 10, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32491. Case number 32375, application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32375. Case number 32407, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Butte, Grassy Butte Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32407. Case number 32492, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Butte, Bennett Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 3,200 acre spacing unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32492. Just note it's 10 after 12. We have 5 cases left. Anyone want to continue, or do you want to break for lunch? Want to just take another 10-minute break? Sure. Okay. We will take a 10-minute break this time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We are back on the record, and we'll resume with case number 32493, application of Petra Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Smoky Butte Bakken Pool to establish two overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units, described as sections 112 and 13, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 160 North, Range 100 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or grant of the relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petra Hunt LLC. I'm going to have 3 witnesses in each of this Petra Hunt case as well as the upcoming Petra Hunt cases. And Justin Vanderlinden is here in the hearing room, and then we've got Dan Carson and Jason Stengel.
Mr. Vanderlinden, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do. Justin, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep. Justin Vanderlinden, employed with Petra Hunt LLC as a landman, and business address is P.O. Box 935, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58502.
And Justin, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with the requested spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Vanderlinden be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Justin, let's start with exhibit number 1. Just kind of walk us through. We've got, a series of cases, including this one and the upcoming ones. Just kind of describe for us what you're looking at with the proposed spacing.
Yeah, so this map, obviously there's several cases highlighted and noted in different various colors. We're trying to just prove a continuous development block, if you will, of mostly 1920 acre spacing, with the exception being 32494, the next case where there'll be 2560s involved. But for this particular case, 32493, shaded in blue on the western side of this area.
And it's essentially sort of uniform on pattern development, like you said, with the exception of the 2560s, which really just kind of fill in gaps and fit.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, let's move on then to exhibit number 2 and talk about the spacing units we're requesting in this case, starting with that 112 and 13 and your working interest there.
Yeah, this is an outline of shaded in yellow of the proposed 1920 acre DSU consisting of sections 112 and 13. Our approximate working interest in this is 67.04%.
Okay. And then the other 1920 as part of this case, exhibit number 3.
This is sections 24, 25, and 36. This is all of Township 160 North, Range 100 West. And our approximate working interest in this proposed DSU is 77.08%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 1 through 3.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, what capacity, and give us your business address?
Certainly. My name is Dan Carson. I work for Petra Hunt LLC as a senior geologist, and my office is at 617th Street, 2550 South Suite, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
And Dan, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying all of these spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Dan, let's look at exhibit number 4 in this case. If I can first have you kind of just walk us through the structure underlying the spacing units.
Certainly. What you're looking at with the contours is the upper Bakken map. And as you'll notice, the structure dips uniformly to the south.
Okay.
The contours are in subsea, by the way.
Okay, sure. And then we've also got like a the location of a type log that we'll discuss in a moment. But before we move on to that type log, can you just walk us through how you intend to develop these two 1920s?
Yeah, certainly. And you can see them shown here, and the well bores, all of these will be Middle Bakken. And by the way, this is true for all wells for the cases that we're going to be discussing today. And the spacing is the same on all of them, which is to say 4 well spacing, or approximately 1,300 feet between each well. It's hard to see in this particular display because of the red lines showing the outline of the two 1920s, but the surface hole locations are basically right in between. So we're going to drill these from 2 common pads. Each pad should have 2 wells going north, 2 wells going south.
Sure.
And as you pointed out, the type well is over there just to the east of these units.
Yep. So let's go ahead and move on then to exhibit number 5, and just take us through that type log. Just describe what you're showing on that exhibit.
Yeah, sure. What we're looking at here is effectively a triple combo where we're looking at the porosity, resistivity, and gamma. And the average porosity through the target zone, the Middle Bakken, is approximately 8%, and Middle Bakken in here, on average, around these is 54 feet. Also on this type log, we've noted the top of the lodge pole, the Bakken, the Middle Bakken, the Lower Bakken, and the Three Forks.
Okay. That is all the questions I have. I would offer exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
On exhibit 4, are you intending to drill both paths at the same time, or are you going to drill one side of the spacing units and then evaluate and drill the other side?
Right. I think by the time we get out, now this is the far western unit of the units we're going to be drilling, and my expectation would be by the time we get out here, we'll know if it's going to all work. And so we would probably just do a continuous development program by the time we get out here.
Okay. And I may have missed it, but what is your anticipated spud date?
Yeah, I guess what I'd say, we have a lot of infrastructure to take care of, and I believe Jason will address that a little bit later. But I would say there are some units in here, not on this particular case, but there are some units which we may need to drill sooner rather than later. But as a development, I anticipate we'll probably get out here in a few years for the whole area.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Stangl,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Jason, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I'm Jason Stangl. I'm a reservoir engineer for Petra Hunt LLC. My business address is 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
And Jason, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Stangl be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jason, let's start with Exhibit 6. If you could take us through the reservoir data.
Yes, Exhibit 6 is showing the Bakken Reservoir data for this spacing hearing. We'll start off, the lithology is going to be a dolomite. The bottom hole temperature is 256 degrees Fahrenheit. Oil gravity is going to be 39 degrees API with the gas gravity of 0.93. The initial GOR is going to be 900 cubic feet per barrel. Spacing unit is going to be 1,920 acres. The average thickness, as Dan said, is for the Middle Bakken is 54 feet. The average porosity is 8%. The average water saturation is calculated at 52%. Formation volume factor is 1.63 reservoir barrels per stock tank barrel. The estimated OOIP is 19,102,820 stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery for a single well in this unit is going to be 474,000 stock tank barrels with a estimated recovery factor of 2.48%.
Okay. Let's move on then to exhibit number 7 and take us through the economics.
Yes, these are the horizontal well economics for a single Bakken well in this unit. The initial production rate is going to be 600 barrels of oil per day. The initial GOR, again, is 900 scuffs per barrel. The estimated ultimate recovery is 474,000 barrels of oil. The projected well cost is $10,211,191. The lease operating expense is approximated at $16,600 a month over the life of the well. The estimated royalty burden's around 17%. The NYMEX oil price that I used was $60. The NYMEX gas price was $3.50. The economics calculate to a payout time of 2.12 years, return on investment of 1.55 to 1, and a rate of return of 23%.
So, Jason, in your opinion, will establishment of these two 1920s prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 6 through 8, including gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes the hearing for case number 32493. Case number 32494, application of Petra Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Berg, Bach, and Pool to establish 4 overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing units described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, and sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, and section 4, Township 159 North, Range 99 West, divided in Williams counties, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. I will note that the request for the 2560-acre spacing unit consisting of sections 2, 11, 14, 23, and sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 Township 160 North, Range 99 West has been withdrawn from the application. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner Waitman, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petra Hunt LLC. And again, we've got the same 3 witnesses in this case.
They're still in the room.
All right. And Justin, exhibit number 1, you've touched on this already, but maybe just kind of point out the 2 spacing units we're talking about in this case.
Yeah, so they're depicted in the darker green. As noted, the two 2560 DSUs consisting of 211, was that 14 and 23, and then 3, 10, 15, and 22 were removed from this case. Phoenix had spaced those in December, so those were removed. But dark green indicates the cases we're talking about here.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on into exhibit number 2 and that first 2560 in your working interest there.
Yeah, this proposed DSU consists of sections 1, 12, 13, and 14. Again, the yellow shaded is Petra Hunt ownership. Approximate ownership in the proposed DSU is 81.47%.
Okay. And then exhibit number 3, the other 2560.
Yeah, this is sections 21, 28, 33 of 160 North, Range 99 West, and then section 4 of 159 North, Range 99 West. Approximate working interest in this proposed DSU is 90.47%.
Okay. And I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 1 through 3.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Dan, let's look at exhibit number 4. We're kind of working in the same area here, but if there's anything kind of different with respect to structure and these spacing units, kind of run through that with us.
Certainly. So once again, the structure of the Bakken is dipping pretty consistently to the south. Again, values in subsea, similar depths. We're just right next door. And the units are, of course, shown. And as Justin mentioned a moment ago, in sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, 3, 10, 15, and 22, those are already spaced as 2560s, and The wells shown in the 2 units that we're talking about today, we show with 4 well spacing. We would intend to do the same in the units that we removed from this case because they've already been spaced.
Okay. And you can kind of see how this sort of fits in with the existing development and fills some gaps, but just kind of walk us through how you intend to develop these 2 spacing units.
Yeah, certainly. So we'll talk about the type log, which is just to the west there on the next exhibit. But these intend to be drilled both from the north going south. And actually on the exhibit, just south of the type well and in between and just west of the westernmost unit, you can see black dots along the map. And if you were to look up on the unit to the northeast, along the blue field line, you can also see black dots there. Those are the proposed surface locations for the rest of the development in all of the units that we're proposing today. And so what we're trying to do is maximize the efficiency and minimize the surface disturbances by putting all of our infrastructure kind of along the same path. And that's what these units will do as well.
Sure. Let's go ahead and move on and just run us through that type log.
Yeah, certainly. The type log, like the one previous, is a triple combo, and we're showing here the tops of the lodgepole, the Bakken. I mean, we're showing where the lower lodgepole is, the upper Bakken, the middle Bakken, lower Bakken, and Three Forks. And really, just like the other area, this is approximately 8% porosity in an average of about 54 feet thick in the middle Bakken.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dan, if I could read your exhibit right, you have 2 common paths on the north end of each space unit.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Yeah, we're drilling we would drill 2 4-milers off of each one. That's the plan currently.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You can proceed.
All right, Jason, can you take us through the reservoir data first, exhibit number 6?
Yes, this is the Bakken reservoir data for this spacing unit. The lithology is dolomite. The bottom hole temperature is 253 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil gravity is 39 degrees API. Gas gravity is 0.88. The initial GOR is going to be 900 standard cubic feet stock tank barrels. Spacing unit is 2,560 acres. The average thickness I used is 53 feet for the middle Bakken. The average porosity is 8%. Average water saturation is 52%. The formation volume factor is 1.61 reservoir barrels, stock tank barrels. The estimated OOIP is going to be 25,214,341 stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery for the 4-mile well is going to be 633,000 barrels. And then the estimated recovery factor per well is 2.51%.
Okay. And then exhibit number 7, what would the economics look like here?
Yes, the economics for these 4-mile wells. The initial production rate is going to be 600 barrels of oil per day. The initial GOR is going to be 900 cubic feet per barrel. The ultimate recovery is 633,000 barrels of oil. The projected well cost is $12,510,506. The lease operating expense is going to average $17,600 a month for the life of the well. The estimated royalty burden for these units is 18%. The NYMEX oil price I use is $6. The NYMEX gas price I use is $3.50. The payout time calculates 2.2 years. The return on investment is 1.69 to 1. And the rate of return is 23%.
And Jason, in your opinion, would establishment of these 2 2560s prevent waste, protect our own rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I would offer the engineering exhibits 6, 7, and then the gas capture plan affidavit exhibit 8.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Concludes our hearing for case number 32494. Case number 32495, application of Petra Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Garnett, Berg, and Musta Bakken pools to establish 9 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 112 and 13, sections 211 and 14, sections 310 and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 20, 29, and 32, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 99 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petra Hunt LLC. And again, we've got the same 3 witnesses here.
They're still under oath.
And Justin, with the first exhibit, just identifies for us the block of 1920s that you're asking for here.
Yeah, it'd be the northwest portion of this locator map depicted in sort of a light orange color.
Okay. And then moving on to starting with exhibit number 2, let's just go through your working interest in each of the proposed 1920s you're requesting.
Okay. The first one here is sections 1, 12, and 13. Our estimated working interest is 67.55%.
Okay. And then the next one, exhibit 3.
This is sections 2, 11, and 14. Our estimated working interest is 74.33%.
And then exhibit 4.
This is sections 3, 10, and 15. Estimated working interest in this is 64.34%.
Okay. Exhibit 5.
Sections 4, 9, and 16. Estimated working interest is 76.06%.
Exhibit 6.
Sections 20, 29, and 32. Our estimated working interest in here is 71.91%.
And exhibit 7.
Sections 21, 28, and 33. Estimated working interest in here is 82.57%.
Exhibit 8.
Sections 22, 27, and 34. Estimated working interest is 72.44%.
Exhibit 9.
Sections 23, 26, and 35. Estimated working interest is 64.74%.
And then exhibit 10, the last one.
This is sections 24, 25, and 36. Estimated working interest is 68.96%.
I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits 1 through 10.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Dan, let's look at exhibit number 11. I guess initially walk us through kind of the structure underlying these spacing units, and then go ahead and take us through what your proposed development plan looks like for each of them.
Certainly. So once again, we have a map, a subsea structure map of the Bakken Formation. Again, still dipping to the south pretty continuously. And on the east side of that map, you can see where the type log that we'll be looking at on the next exhibit is. Also outlined in red on this map are the 9 1,920 acre DSUs that we're proposing. And inside of those are the proposed wells on 4-well spacing in the units. Once again, a little difficult to see, but on the red line that goes east-west, dividing the 1920s, that is where all the surface locations will be for these. And in all except that westernmost unit, they are set up to be 2 wells north and 2 wells south for each surface hole location. The one on the far west, because we are not spacing that unit north of it, we're going to attempt to drill all 4 wells south off of a single pad.
Okay. And then let's go on to exhibit 12 then, takes through your type log.
Certainly. Again, a triple combo here, where we're showing the formation tops of the Bakken, the Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, and the Three Forks. In this situation, now that we've moved north, the Middle Bakken is in fact getting thicker. So it's on average about 58 feet thick through this area. And for formation porosity is still averaging around 8% for the Middle Bakken.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 11 and 12.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dan, on your Western Space Unit 20, 29, and 32, you're asking.
Yes.
There's going to be a stand-up 1280 that's going to be split in two with no plan for the other half of that 1280. What are the plans for section 17?
Yeah, so actually we have been in conversation with Murex, who owns 5 and 8, and they are going to be spacing 5, 8, and 17 if possible into a 1920. And so we have elected to let them operate that unit when the time comes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You can proceed.
All right, Jason, can I have you look at 13 and take us through the reservoir data?
Yes, this is the Bakken Reservoir data for the spacing units. Lithology is again a dolomite. Bottom hole temperature is 234 degrees Fahrenheit. Oil gravity is 42 degrees API. Gas gravity is 0.97. The initial GOR is 900 standard cubic feet stock tank barrels. Spacing units 1920 acres. The average thickness for the Middle Bakken is 58 feet. The average porosity is 8%. The average water saturation is 56%. The formation volume factor is 1.62 reservoir barrel stock tank barrels. The estimated OOIP is 20,521,021 stock tank barrels. The estimated EUR, or ultimate recovery, is going to be 474,000 barrels per well. The estimated recovery factor per well is 2.31%.
Okay. And then moving on to exhibit 14 and the economics for developing these spacing units.
Yes, the per well economics, the initial production rate, 600 barrels a day. Initial GOR is 900 cubic feet per barrel. The EUR is going to be 474,000 barrels per well. Projected well cost is $10,211,191. The lease operating expense is going to average $16,600 a month for the life of the well. Estimated royalty burden is 18%. The estimated the NYMEX price I used was $60. The NYMEX gas price is $3.50. With that, the payout time calculates 2.2 years, return on investment of 1.52 to 1, and a rate of return of 22%.
And Jason, in your opinion, what establishment of these 1920s is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I'd offer exhibits 13, 14, and then gas capture plan, exhibit 15.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32495. Case number 32496. Application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Plumer Bakken pool to establish 4 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 5, 8, and 17, sections 6, 7, and 18, sections 19, 30, and 31, and sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 161 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC, and we've got the same 3 witnesses again.
Still in row.
All right. And Justin, again on exhibit number 1, if you can just identify the group of 1920s you're asking for here.
Yeah, the 4 wells in this particular case are right in the middle, identified in a pink color, if you will.
Okay. And then let's move on to starting with exhibit 2 and go through your working interest in each of those 1920s.
Yes, sections 5, 8, and 17, our estimated working interest is 59.35%.
Okay. And the next one, exhibit 3.
Sections 6, 7, and 18, our estimated working interest is 59.92%.
And then exhibit 4.
Sections 19, 30, and 31, our estimated working interest is 62.30%. And Exhibit 5. Sections 20, 29, and 32, our estimated working interest is 46.28%.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer Exhibits 1 through 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Dan. Let's look at Exhibit number 6, and again, if you can take us through the structure underlying these 4 spacing units, and then also your plan of development for them.
Certainly. So you have the top of the Bakken structure map, subsea structure map. Again, dipping to the south, starting to get a little more character in here. The 4 spacing units are also shown, and you might be able to see in that southwesternmost one, the type log, which we'll be looking at next, is right in that unit. Also shown are on the 4 well spacing are the 3-mile laterals that we intend to drill, 4 per pad, 2 up, 2 north, 2 south. So once again, surface holes are kind of obscured by the red line dividing the units. As with all the other wells, we intend to drill these as Middle Bakken wells.
Okay. And then moving on to the type log, kind of run us through that.
Certainly, once again, we're showing the top of the formations, the Bakken, the Upper Bakken, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, and Three Forks on the triple combo. The average porosity through here is, again, right around 8%. But being north and further to the east, we're getting thicker, so average thickness tends to be around 63 feet in here.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibit 6 and 7.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Jason, let's look at Exhibit number 8 and take us through the reservoir data for these spacing units.
Yes, the reservoir data is as follows. The lithology is going to be a dolomite. Bottom hole temperature is 246 degrees Fahrenheit. Yield gravity is 40 degrees API. Gas gravity is 0.94. Initial GOR is 900 cubic feet per barrel. Spacing unit is 1920 acres. The average thickness is 63 feet in the Middle Bakken. The average porosity is 8%. The average water saturation is 52%. Formation volume factor is 1.62 reservoir barrels to stock tank barrels. The estimated OOIP is going to be 22,304,165 stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery is going to be 474,000 barrels per well. The estimated recovery factor per well is 2.13%.
Okay. And let's move on to Exhibit number 9 then, and the economics.
Yes, the economics are, again, per well economics. The initial production rate is going to be 600 barrels of oil a day. Initial GOR is 900 cubic feet per barrel. Again, the EUR is going to be 474,000 barrels of oil. Projected well cost is $10,211,191,000. Lease operating expense is going to average $16,600 a month for the life of the well. The estimated royalty burden for these units is 18%. The NYMEX oil price used was $60. The NYMEX gas price used was $3.50. The payout time calculates 2.12 years. The return on investment is 1.53 to 1, and a rate of return of 23%.
And Jason, in your opinion, would establishment of the 1920s prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 8, 9, and Exhibit 10, the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32496. Case number 32497, application of Petra Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the White Acre and or Moraine Bakken pools to establish 6 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units. Described as sections 3, 10, and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petrohunt LLC, and once again, same three witnesses.
Under oath.
Right. And Justin, again on exhibit number 1, if you can identify the group of 1920s we're requesting as part of this case.
Yeah, the 6 wells in this case are noted in a tannish color, northeast portion of this map.
Okay. And then I guess with this being the last case that we're hearing with respect to this group, maybe to kind of close the loop on this exhibit, we've got case 32498 and 32499. Those are both on the administrative docket for today, correct?
Yes.
And they're currently spaced as 1920s, I believe, but only it allowed for 1 well, and we're continuing the pattern of 4 wells for those cases.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then the only other one was 32516, which is a 1920 that we're requesting that got put on the on tomorrow's docket. I believe there was initially conflicting with a Formentera case, but the Formentera case has now been dismissed. Is that correct?
That's what I understand.
Okay. And that 32516 is on for tomorrow, but that's going to be continued primarily as a result of me having a conflict tomorrow. So correct. Okay. Just kind of getting that all put together. So let's move on then, starting with exhibit number 2 again in this case, and let's walk through what your working interest is in each of these 1920s.
Okay. Sections 310 and 15, our estimated working interest is 47.77%.
Okay. And then I guess here too, before we move on, Formentera has a larger working interest in Petrohunt in this one, but I believe you've received, and I think they've submitted to the commission now, correspondence that they are supporting Petrohunt spacing and Petrohunt as operator. Was that correct?
Yes. In cases 32495, 32496, and 32497, they are voicing support for us as operator.
Okay. Let's move on then. Exhibit number 3.
This is sections 4, 9, and 16. Our estimated working interest in here is 44.81%.
Okay. Exhibit 4.
Sections 21, 28, and 33. Our estimated working interest is 84.27%.
Okay. Exhibit 5.
Sections 22, 27, and 34. Our estimated working interest is 67.02%.
Exhibit 6.
Sections 23, 26, and 35. Our estimated working interest is 67.47%.
Okay. Exhibit 7.
Sections 24, 25, and 36. Our estimated working interest is 44.03%.
Okay. And I think that's all of them. No further questions that offer exhibits 1 through 7.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Dan, let's look at exhibit number 8. And once again, if you could describe the structure underlying these spacing units and how you intend to develop them.
Certainly, we're looking at a Bakken subsea map, which is now dipping southeast pretty regularly. Also in here's the type log, which you can see basically in the center of that map in the northeasternmost unit. In red outlines are the 6-unit 1920 units that we are proposing. And within those are the middle Bakken laterals that we're proposing on 4-well spacing. Again, just like the other units, we're maintaining the same development pattern where we're trying to drill 2 north and 2 south from the same pad, right from the dividing line between the 1920s. Of note on this map, to address the case 32516 and the question about us having a minority ownership in the two northern units. The reason for the 2 northern units in sections 112.13 and 211.14 not being spaced by us, even though it does divide our wells, you can see in sections 13 and 14, we've made an agreement with Formentera for them to be able to space and operate those units.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go on then to exhibit number 9 and just take us through your type log.
Sure. Again, a triple combo of the relevant section with the upper Bakken, middle Bakken, lower Bakken, and Three Forks tops shown here. Again, the porosity is averaging about 8%, and the middle Bakken formation is getting thicker. Here it averages around 65 feet thick.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer exhibits 8 and 9.
Mr. Admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dan, just for sake of clarity, I believe you alluded to the fact that Formentera is going to apply to space 1, 12, and 13, and 2, 11, and 14 as stand-up 1920s.
That is our understanding. And to extend that, I believe, and this relates to case 32-516, I believe 6, 7, and 18 as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
All right, Jason, let's look at exhibit number 10 and just walk us through the reservoir data.
Yes, the reservoir data for these units, the lithology is a dolomite. The bottom hole temperature is 246 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil gravity is 40 degrees API. Gas gravity is 0.94. The initial GOR is going to be 900 cubic feet per barrel. Spacing units 1920 acres. The average thickness in the middle Bakken is going to be 65 feet. The average porosity is 8%. The average water saturation is 52%. Formation volume factor is 1.62. Reservoir barrels, stock tank barrels. The estimated original oil in place is 23,012,234 stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery is 474,000 barrels per well. And the recovery factor per well is 2.06%.
And then moving on to exhibit number 11 in the economics.
Yes, the per well economics. The initial production rate is going to be 600 barrels of oil per day. Initial GOR is 900 cubic feet per barrel. The EUR again is 474,000 barrels of oil. Projected well cost is $10,211,191. The lease operating expense is going to average $16,600 a month for the life of the well. The estimated royalty burden for this area is 18%. The NYMEX oil price that was used is $60. The NYMEX gas price is $3.50. Calculated payout time is 2.21 years. The return on investment is 1.52 to 1 with a 22% rate of return.
Okay. And Jason, in your opinion, would establishment of these 1920s, would that also prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer exhibits 10, 11, and then exhibit 12, the gas capture plan affidavit.
So, Mr. Admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32497. Case number 31928, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully, Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, described as sections 25 and 36, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and Section 1, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes hearing for case number 31928. Case number 31929, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to 1, establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described in sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. 2, establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described in sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case will continue to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31929. Case number 31930, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully and or Haystack Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31930. Case number 31977, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully and/or Haystack Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, sections 1 and 12, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Conclude hearing for case number 31977. Case number 32210, application of Marathon Oil Company for an order amending the applicable orders for the Wolf Bay and/or Werner Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 146 North, Range 92 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32210. Case number 32211, application of Marathon Oil Company for an order amending the applicable orders for the Moccasin Creek Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 147 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32211. Case number 32377, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, to 1, extend the field outline to include section 36, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken pool. 2, establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32377. Case number 32301, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 15 and 16, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken pool. 2, establish an overlapping laydown 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 14, 15, and 16, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32301. Case number 32396, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken pool to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 15 and 22, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken pool. 2, establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32396. Case number 32378, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte and/or Sheep Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as section 36, Township 149 North, Range 103 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32378. Case number 32397, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken pool to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 16 and 21, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken pool. 2, establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 323. Case number 32370, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sugar Beet Bakken pool to establish an overlapping laydown 1280 acre spacing unit described as sections 17 and 18, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32370. That concludes our hearings for the day.